for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go, jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Jegs.
Up the mountain. We packed it up. We just kind of like threw all the cameras on the bed and threw the tripods in the golf cart and strapped it all down, and then we just came on up the mountain, and here we are. We made it and we're live. Okay, thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing the live feed here to the Fling. This is the fall Fling. The final fling of the year. That's sad. Anyway, so we brought it, yeah, they brought us here to the Fling and keeping it free to you, the viewer. Awesome. Okay, we got a lot of show for you in these next 5 days. This is day 1 of 5, and today's race is a 32-car shootout for the American/race tag dragsters. Okay, the winner will pick which one he wants. It's I guess the body, right? It's a rolling chassis, right? I think so. I think it's a rolling chassis. Anyway, the American or the race tag, the winner picks the one he wants, and the runner-up also wins a dragster, so they're both winners. That's awesome. We love how they do that. No matter what, they're gonna win. Okay, let's see, what else can I tell you? Oh yeah, we got all kinds of, and the prize vault is already open. Somebody got a 000 something and won the prize vault in the time runs. We're having time runs going on right now. It's the Rob's Towing and Collision Tuesday test and tune is going on right now, and so I'm gonna go through a few more of my commercials and then we'll go in and listen into that. Okay, alrighty, see ya, bye.
For those who don't settle when others do, for those who are set free by performance, and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, U.S. Military, and many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag race community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. Visit radtorque.com. With a 40-year history of
Well, race fans, good morning, and welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the 2022 version of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We've got racers that have joined us from across 3 different countries, from the United States, from Mexico, and from Canada, coming in to race for big money here today. And once again, we are going to crown a champion who will join the prestigious list of those who have gone before to claim the title of Million winner here in Vegas.
Get your Million Tech card. You never know. You never know. You could be the one standing in front of that Spring Fling Million banner today, holding up the trophy, joining the ranks of Bo Butner and Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bagaki, and Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, the OG of the Spring Fling Million here.
The official car count is 260 today.
It's going to be $285,000 to tonight's winner.
Who's ready? 285K, Showgirls, Limousine, Cosmopolitan Suite. Let's roll.
Racers, the time has come. The Spring Fling Million is about to get underway. Racers, let's go racing.
And as our good friend Kyle Seipel would say, let's roll. Round number 1, life-changing money.
Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey coming in out of Texas. The tree begins to drop. Spencer's dialed in at 647. Kevin's dialed in at 460. 5,000 separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2,000 at the stripe to beat 2,000 under 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5,000 under the dial. Massey with a 10,000 light breaks it out by 5,000, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million.
Miles an hour. Tim Markoglu and Kobe Hodges. Mr. Markaglu from Staten Island. That's Barbara's husband. That race tech machine. Kobe out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. And Kobe's race tech prepared dragster. Our winner and or runner-up is going to take home one of those race tech machines. When we go from 32 cars to 16 cars to 8 cars to 4 cars to 2 cars. And the winner will get their choice of the American Race Card prepared dragster or that race tech machine. The runner-up gets whichever of the cars the winner doesn't want. So Markaglu left side is 16 up front. Kobe Hodges and Derek Jeter right off the bat. 002 on the green light start and 486, 142 on the mile an hour. Markaglu 4607 at 151.51 on the speed is Lee Dixon and Joe Nelson. Here in time trial session number 1 of our 32-car dragster shootout, as our Motor Mania live feed is absolutely live. Big thanks to Jegs and Mickey Thompson Tires and all of our friends from across the country and across the world joining us on Tuesday. That Motor Mania live feed. Great to see everybody tuning in for a little racing action here from Thunder Valley. Time number 5 here on Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune. Tuesday here at Thunder Valley, the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optimum Batteries, and goes 546, 128 after being perfect in the Lumina. 11 green for Lee Dixon, 475, 4 at 146. For the dragster out of Virginia is Corey Galitti and Bo Sanders. Galitti, the young man out of Texas. The American prepared machine of Bo Sanders out of Nebraska. Also wielding an American race card saber. You wield a saber. I think you swing a sword, but you wield a saber. I'll have to get that confirmed. Bo Sanders is 001 red and 482.9, 144 on the speed. Corey Galitti, 006 at the start, 456.5 for the young man out of Texas at 151 miles an hour. Shane Thompson and Junior Hodges. Shane for Team Silver State. Henderson, Nevada for Mr. Thompson. Junior Hodges out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. The wingless dragster over in the Schuler Motor Mile side of the racetrack. That is the right side of the racetrack as you are looking down. Again, all of our friends on the Jags Mickey Thompson live feed on Motor Mania. If you have never been to Bristol, you got to get here. This place is just A+. Junior Hodges, 10 red, 479 and 144 on the mile an hour. Shane Thompson, 17 at the start, 468.2 at 147 miles an hour. This is Donovan Williams and Jason Sizemore will be our next pair. Barry, that's a negative on the coins. The coins are on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Barry Anderson in the Motor Mania live feeds talking about our 000 hero coins. If you get a perfect reaction time and a win light on the main event days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you get that Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50 in cash. Started in Columbus. They gave away 38 coins and $1,900 on that bad boy, which was awesome. Donovan Williams, 002 on the red light start, 467 for the young man out of Florida and Team Overkill. Jason Sizemore, 007. Kyle's Ford, Tennessee, and 141 on the speed after being 007 up front. It's Troy Williams Jr., and Brian Kennedy. Now, Troy Williams Jr. was very, very, very upset at Columbus because he did not get a coin. Now, he was perfect on Wednesday and got the win, but that didn't count. And he was 001 a couple of times. Troy Williams Jr. is not only on a quest to break the tie between him and brother Gary with 3 career Fling race event wins, but he wants one of those coins. T-Rock on the American side, 10 green. Kennedy out of Texas is 38 at the start and 471. 147 on the mile an hour. 576 for Troy Williams Jr., 120 on the mile an hour. Rick Needham Jr. out of Cleves, Ohio in the Cobalt. And Buddy Fleener, Rogersville, Tennessee, the Diamond Assemble Dragster. Cleves, Ohio. Sounds very formal. Right down there. Buddy Fleener is red by 6 thou and 485.2 here in time trial session number 1 in our 32 car American race car shootout. 485 through 660 feet for Buddy Fleener. Rick Needham Jr. goes 606 at 112 miles an hour. Gary Williams, Team FTI, Team Overkill. Over on the left side, the American water heater side of the racetrack, and Chad Duke. 68 Camaro, brake lights and everything, love it. Red light start for Duke. 16 thou premature. And in a shocking development, Gary Williams is 003 at the start. Said nobody. In regards to the shocking development part. 481.7 at 144 on the mile an hour for Gary Williams. 547.5 for Chad Duke. 126 on the speed is Steve Breeden. And Preston Pennington. Peeps out of Three Rivers, Texas. Schuler Motor Mile side of the racetrack. That is the right lane furthest away from the big grandstand. Steve Breeden is on the left side of the racetrack, the American water heater side. The side closest to the big grandstand.
So Group A and Group B, you have been called for the test and tune session number 2.
So Group Bravo, like Mr. as Steve Breeden went kaput. Peeps is 26 at the start and 472 for the Pennington brothers. Breeden in the Camaro. We're going to get back in there. No harm, no foul. Breeden, 004 at the start, 576.6 for the Camaro. 118 miles an hour on the solo for Steve Breeden. AJ Ash. And Sean Parker. AJ for Team Mullis. And of course, for Team Kush. Now, Kush is AJ's dog, who on the scale of 1 to 10, Kush is a solid like 54. Sean Parker and his good-looking dragster out of Michigan. Schuler Motor Mile side of the racetrack. AJ Ash is 16 and 589 at 116 miles an hour for AJ Ash. Sean Parker, 003 on the red light, 445 at 0. There for Sean, 156 is the speed. And 002 in this pair. And 470, 146. 6017, left side, 113. On the speed is Steve Sisko and Tommy Cable. Tommy out of Maryland in the Camaro. Steve Sisko, the Nova out of New Jersey. Sisko on the green side, 004 at the start, 648 for Mr. Sisko. Tommy Cable, 621 at 108 miles an hour. A little bit premature leaving the starting line. He was in front of green by 28 thousandths of a second. Let's get that out of the way. Again, 2 time runs for our 32 cars in our dragster shootout today, 2. And then we'll get into round number 1 of eliminations as Noah Lewis and Greg Walker. Noah Lewis out of Tennessee, that American machine, was our best appearing car at the Galat Fling. Noah's car is black and white and has the exact same scheme on each side but in reverse pattern, and that thing is Greg Walker in the Camaro 12 red, and then 555, 126 on the mile an hour. Noah Lewis, 24 at the start, and 455 for the young man out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Scott Albrecht, right side. This is where 005 on the left side, 453, 153 on the mile an hour, and 13 green for Scott Albrecht, 452 is the number. Cody Wiggins out of Kentucky, the winged Race Tech dragster on a solo. So the solo, Cody Wiggins, is our last of our 32 competitors in our dragster shootout. And we'll move back into our normal Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune. Cody. 453 at 153. There's like 53s all over the place. There for Cody Wiggins. So that'll wrap up the first time trial session in our 32-car dragster shootout. Again, we will have another time trial session specifically for our 32-car shootout competitors. Then we'll move right into round number 1 for those 32, and we'll go 32 to 16 to 8 to 4 to 2. We'll give away a couple of dragsters. Or the winner will get a pick if they would like to take home the American Race Cars Prepared Machine or the Race Tech assembled pipe. That'll be later on as we work our way through Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune here, the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. And before it gets asked in the chat bleachers, yes, the only eliminations we'll have today is that 32-car shootout. But then tomorrow, we have our Advanced Product and Design $15,000 Warm-Up Wednesday, where everybody will get a time hit, and then we'll go into eliminations for that. That'll be fun. I mean, the Fling Fun Zone will be up. Friends at Premier Moving help with that bad boy. Racer appreciation parties at 7 p.m. on Friday night, which is also Mosier Engineering $100,000 Friday. It's a great 5 days of racing here at this incredible motorsports facility. Peter Biondo, ladies and gentlemen, yes.
Racers, Group A and Group B have been called for Test and Tune Session 2, so only Group A and Group B. Want to try to not stack you guys up too much so you don't have to wait too long. It's hot out there.
Hey, Peter Biondo.
Yo.
Hey, can you take it for a minute? Thomas Baer is standing right there, and I want to go get Tom Baer's autograph.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
It's a short name, so you should be back quick.
It's a white dragster.
Timmy, put him over there in 1 and 2. We'll mix him in.
All right, so a little bit of quiet time here on the racing surface as we hustle over the wall to get a piece of debris. We don't like debris on the racing surface.
Jegs. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Nathan is monitoring the chat bleachers, but I promise this event I'll try to do better. So my guy Nathan Hershey won't be here this week. However, All right, the call has been made by JJ. Fire these bad boys up. Ready to go. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Somebody should put that in a song. This is Andrew Conrath, right side. I believe it was Cortland Carter over on the left side. Conrad, they're 001 497 for the American Dragster out of Pleasant Unity. They're in Pennsylvania. Pleasant Unity. I'm going to say the crime rate in Pleasant Unity has to be like 0%. Left side was 007 Red and 466 at 150 miles an hour is Jacob Stolworthy and Robert Pettis. Stolworthy out of Boise, Idaho. There's a whole slew of Idaho runners here this week, which is outstanding. Robert Pettis out of Houston, Texas. Is the double deuce in front of green. 22 Red and 470 for Pettis. Jacob Stolworthy's 006. Early and 490 with a 7. At 141 miles an hour. Here on Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. The RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. There's Noah Rambo and Brian Cam. Brian for Team Lucas, for Team Thomas Bayer School of Drag Racing. And Noah Rambo, who second pair out in session number 1 was 0-0-0 at the start. It's 52 on the red light side and 462, 150 for Noah Rambo. Brian Cam and the Thomas Bayer School of Drag Racing Team Machine 5075, 135. There for BK. After being 17th thou at the start, it's Kurt Harrington and Ken Clark. Kurt Harrington out of Muncie, Indiana, in the 87 Chevette. I do believe it is the Chevette S, which was like the really good Chevette. Ken Clark out of Stewart's Draft, Virginia. The S10. The difference at the starting line. Ken Clark 10 green, 653 in the S10. Kurt Harrington in the Chevette picking them up and putting them down 610, 111 on the mile an hour for a car that has like a 82-inch wheelbase. Okay, 82 might be exaggerating. It might be like 90. Christopher Schneider and Kenny Snyder. Definitely not what Christopher was looking at. Kenny Snyder, perfect reaction time number 6 of the day. Snyder out of Pennsylvania, that Race Tech prepared dragster 462.0, 151 on the mile an hour. Snyder was all sorts of discombobulated. And a machine that is capable of going well quicker than 986 and 79 miles an hour through the 8th mile here at Thunder Valley. Torrey Green out of Louisiana. Camaro over on the right side. Apologize, we're feverishly getting all of our information entered in the system. Dragster left side is 008 on the red light side, which is totally copacetic. It's fine. It's fine. 460 on the elapsed time through the 8th mile at 151 miles an hour. Torrey Green, 17 red. And then 560 at 127 on the speed is Ricky Harbaugh and Jack Collier. Ricky for Team Harbaugh. Gaithersburg, Maryland. The Miller Prepared Dragster. And Jack Collier out of Benton, Louisiana. Miller assembled machine with the wing. The wingless dragster for Ricky Harbaugh. The winged dragster for Jack Collier over on the right side of the racetrack. Ricky Harbaugh's 007 on the red light start. Jack Collier's $185 on the red. I mean, that's so red it's maroon. He wants to get that out of his system like right about now. As Greg Hicks in his old/borrowed ride. Jeff Taylor, Ginko Plumbing Machine. Hollywood out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Hicks is 13 at start, as in 13 early. 480 with a 7 there for Mr. Hicks, 145 on the mile an hour for Hollywood. There's Jake Baird in the Camaro. Over on the American water heater side of the racetrack. That is the left lane as you are looking down track. And Douglas Marsters out of Hartford, Maine, the undercover wingless dragster. Here in Test and Tune session number 2 here on Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. The RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Marsters, 007 at the start and 497 on the racetrack. Jake Baird started his run of 561, being 41 green. Also, all of my friends in the Motor Mania chat bleachers, all of our friends in the live feed, we will be giving away an Optima battery a day. However, that is only Thursday, Friday. I believe. Friday, Saturday. I'm looking through my list. Please be patient. Yep, Thursday, Friday, Saturday on the battery giveaway. That Optima yellow top battery, we've had a lot of fun with that. So we started at the Vegas Fling, which moved to the Galat Fling. We had a lot of fun with all of our friends in the chat bleachers, giving away that prize. Followed by Columbus, and we'll carry on here to Thunder Valley. We are red and red. get that out of the way here in a Test the Tune session. Ted Barnes on that super cool Datsun. It's 21 on the red side and 681 at 101 miles an hour. It's Ethan Dean. In the Malibu is 009 red and 684. Through 660 feet is Mitchell McKinney. And Kevin Poitras. Kevin out of Ocala, Florida. That winged Ultra Tech dragster. Mitchell out of Newland, North Carolina. Black on yellow 69 Camaro. Stands out in the class of 2 in regards to reaction times, 10 of the start and 6:44 in the Camaro. Poitras was 41 green and 450. 154 on the mile an hour. There for KP out of the FL. It was Bob Heens and Troy Akers. Bob, Fergus, Ontario, Canada. Red and red. Bob is the bigger offender, being John Stockton 12 on the red light start. Troy Akers misses perfect by a stinking foul. 001 on the red light start and 544 at 124 miles an hour for Troy. Randy Morissette, excuse me. Bill's Gap, Tennessee in the Vega. Bill is lined up askew on the starting line. Bill goes 594.5 and 117.35 on the speed, and I mean, from my vantage point, I mean, I'm right here, ground floor of the tower, almost right behind the right lane. And Randy's Vega seemed to be a bit askew as it was lined up, but went relatively straight down the racetrack. Still seemed askew. As Jeff Neat and Patrick McMath next to line up here on a data acquisition run here on Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. Running everybody in sessions and just keep running them, and running them. Give everybody as many runs as we can before 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Before we stop and we do it all over again starting tomorrow morning. With gates opening at 7 o'clock Wednesday morning, and we're starting with time runs at 8:30 tomorrow. It's like 5:30 Pacific. Rick Henry, Camaro out of Kentucky, made the adventurous route down there to 60 feet before gathers it in to run 561, 123 on the mile an hour. Doug Milner out of Laurel, Delaware. And the Pontiac was 28 green and 562. Honestly, like, Milner should be driving a yellow 32 Ford. I mean, only old people like me can get that reference. I mean, personally, I would rather have had Harrison Ford's 55 Chevrolet, but that's just me. Steve Helton. 001 at the start. Left side was really early. Like 5:38 red. And 5:52.7, 126 the increments. Steve Helton in the S10, 6:34.4. At 106 on the speed. Wayne Bailey. Sneedville, Tennessee. In the Beretta. Which it is anything but here at Bristol Motor Speedway. It is not Burr. Allegedly, it might be a little Burr Friday and Saturday morning. 10 green for the Beretta. 15 green over on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack, and then 491 at 139 miles an hour. Wayne Bailey was 531, 130. Carson Brown out of Tennessee. The dragster over in the right lane. As we are feverishly working. Like, Queen Jaylene is back there. I hear her typing at like 162 words a minute. I turned around a little while ago and her keyboard was smoking. Completely on fire. Brown in the hay hauler. Better the two reaction times. 10 on the green light start, 6:23. At 109 miles an hour, 24 green for the dragster, 466 at 147 miles an hour. Steph Fuller and B squared Brandon Barker. Steph out of Nebraska. The American Water Heater side, and Brandon Barker out of Belleville, Ontario, Canada A. There's a large contingent of Canadian racers here with us this week. Greatly appreciate their patronage and support of the 13th Fling here at Bristol. Barker, 18 at the start and 5:09 at 136. Steph Fuller was blackjack at the start and 476. 145 miles an hour there for Steph Fuller. There's John Plott and Michael Norad. Plott in the big blown 95 Beretta, Statesville, North Carolina. Michael out of Pegram, Tennessee. The yellow S10. Here on Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. So we will run up until 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Red car, red light. And 563 at 124 for John. Michael is fingers and toes on the green light start. That would be 20. 6:32 on the elapsed time. For Michael in that yellow S10 is Felix Hutchinson and Glenn Williamson. Felix out of Hampton, Tennessee, the S10. Williamson out of Burford, Ontario. The orange 79 Camaro's 005 and 686. Through 660 feet. Felix, 29 at the start, 5906 at 115 miles an hour. Brian Tolson, Chase McKay. Tolson left before the tree was activated. We'll get nothing, but there'll be plenty more sessions for Brian to get some data. Chase is 008 and 647, 105 on the speed. It's Chris Hodge. Gonna be alongside the Duster. All right, attention to the pit area. Everybody, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed, at least for this roll through. Again, the staging lanes are temporarily closed. We'll call you guys up here again in a little bit. Once again, the back of the lanes are temporarily closed. Again, that's like the only negative of this incredible facility. The staging lanes are pretty tiny. Now, there are like 42 lanes, but they're only like 8 cars deep. So again, the back of the lanes are closed temporarily. We'll call you guys when we need some more cars to pull forward, as Gordon Wan. And that Vega wagon, that like takes you to like the original days of Super Gas Eliminator. So perfect at the start for Gordon. There in a Vega wagon is Jeff Taylor and Norman Vaughn. Jeff out of Apache Junction, Arizona. Genco Plumbing. There for JT. I mean, Jeff Taylor's like the original JT, not like Justin Timberlake. Taylor, 12 at the start and 476 for Mr. Taylor. Norman Vaughn, 22 on the green light for the Monte Carlo. And 623 as Jerry Lone. That's Big Chief. And Richie Brown. Richie in the Nova. Jacksonville, North Carolina for RB. Richie Brown, 6 red, and 568 in the Nova. Big Chief Jerry Lone is 13 green on the 13th Fling Cara Bristol. 601 at 114 on the speed. Scott Hazelton, I have not seen him as of yet. So Trey Sasser in the AMC product. Wayne Vernon in the Sunbird.
Race Tech dragster shootout drivers to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second time run. Shootout drivers, let's bring them up. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second time run and final time run. Thank you.
Hey, Peter Biondo.
Sure.
Okay.
I like that Pinto without the back window right there.
Oh, it's a Gremlin.
Gremlin's Pinto. Come on.
Brian McCown. Whitesburg, Kentucky in the Chevelle. Like Mr. Biano just said, my 32 cars in my dragster shootout. Time run number 2. Get you up in the lane. 32 competitors in my dragster shootout. Get you up in the lanes, please, for time trial session number 2. Heath Bamberger out of Alabama in the Nova. 20 green and 619, 109 on the speed. 17 red on the left side, 619 as we talked about before. We are early in the event, early. Still working to get everything entered into the system. We appreciate everybody's patience. That's Nate Halsey and Dale Deering. Halsey in the S10 out of Georgia. Dale Deering. Tennessee, the Camaro is red. He said, here in the time trial session, be red. Be like really red. Just get all out of your system. Nothing but green lights and win lights from this point forward. Well, at least like tomorrow and forward. I mean, let's get red. I mean, it should be like red, like all day today. It was like when, you're talking to racers and their reaction times are moving around a little bit and they're like, man, I'm just having a hard time finding the tree. Having a hard time finding the tree. The tree's right there. I mean, it's not like, it's not camouflaged. Jason Thompson. 13 at the start and 493 for the American Assembled Dragster. 140 on the mile an hour. Jason Thompson. 30 at the start in the S10. Goes through 660 feet in 6.817 seconds. At 98.95 miles an hour if you're keeping track at home.
Shootout drivers, we need you, please. Shootout drivers, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Like Mr. Biondo has kindly asked a couple of occasions. Shootout drivers up into 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Dennis Lithgow, Mansfield, Texas. Dennis 20 green and 474 at 146 on the speed. 496 left side, 139 on the mile an hour. So all of our friends that are taking time out of their day, watching the Jags Mickey Thompson Tire live feed on Motor Mania. We're still working on getting all of our tech cards entered into the system. We'll do our best to relay as much information as we can. We are in Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. This is purely data acquisition, working some stuff out, trying to get the mind right, here at Thunder Valley. But when we do get into our 32-car shootout, session number 2 will obviously give you all the racer information, all the times, all the incrementals. We'll do our best to relay kind of a warm update for the crew, too. 477 there for Philip Pennington. Team Pennington Brothers out of Texas, 146 on the mile an hour. 37 green and 494 left side at 141 miles an hour. But once again, everybody that's watching on that Motor Mania live feed, just a big tip of the cap. And if you can't be here in person, you guys all participate in the live feed. Really appreciate everybody being part of the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optimum Batteries. We have a lot of fun with our friends in the chat bleachers. Again, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Big thank you to all the sponsors, and really Mark and Joanne, they do a great job traveling the country and bringing us races that we can watch. Don Cox and Chuck Roycraft out of Minnesota. And the Nova's red by 2,000. Don Cox in the 55 Chevrolet. I just love me the 55 Chevrolet. I'm a 55 Chevrolet guy all day, every day. 539.7 for Don Cox, 129 on the speed. This is Barry Woods and Jordan Arnold. Barry out of Georgia. A 92 Camaro, Jordan. 638.6, 106 on the speed for Jordan. Jordan was 12 red and 638. Barry Woods, 29 green and 596. That's Colin Estes and Shane Boney. Boney in the S10 out of Minnesota. Colin Estes, Rockford, Illinois. In the big Pontiac. 6,000. The difference there on the red lights, Colin, the lesser of the offenders, being 15 on the red light start. Shane Boney, 21 red and 6 flat, 116 there for Shane. Colin, 610.3 at 114 on the speed. Josh Owens, dragster left side. Josh Owens, 004. On the reaction time, it goes 491.2, 140 on the speed, 623.8. Over on the right side, 113 on the speed is Big Brown, a.k.a. Austin Brown. And that white 72 Nova, Nathan Schroeder. Now, Austin has been known to get the front end of that Nova way up in the air. They've seen him do better. 15 at green for Austin and 639. 106 on the mile an hour for Mr. Brown, and Nathan Schroeder out of Iowa in the S10. Was 4 little bitty ones in front of the green light and 6'10", 112 on the speed for Nathan Schroeder. James Hinkle, right side. That racecraft machine is definitely not under full power through 660 feet. We're going to keep a keen eye on James Hot Rod as he was off the gas well early. Left side's 21 green and 558. Watching James make sure he'll get up the hill and exit stage right. And we are clear. Shallon Broussard and Jay Beaulieu. City Canada. It's 450 for Team Canada A. 154 on the speed. 501 for Shallon at 138 miles an hour. So Don Tipton, Maryville, Tennessee. Unfortunately, was not going to be able to make it down the 660 feet for pushing Don back towards the tower area. All right, so we got Don pushed out of the ways. Moore and John Scott. Moore out of Tennessee. 69 Z28 Camaro. John Scott out of Pennsylvania. In the Vega. So Moore left side, John Scott right side. Red for Scott, which is totally fine. Moore is 19 green and 588 at 115 miles an hour. John Scott after being 13 red. Goes 596, 116 there for John Scott. Frankie Denton Jr., Chris McGuire. Denton in that clean Nova out of Tennessee. Right down the road in Knoxville. Chris McGuire, Christiansburg, Virginia in the Trans Am. For Frankie Denton by 2,000. Chris McGuire, 003 on the green light side and 568.9, 120. There for the Trans Am. Frankie Denton Jr. is 2 red and 529. Cliff Carr, Tellico Plains, Tennessee. Miller prepared dragster. Pretty sporty. 001 on the green light start and 490. 007 right side, 594 at 114 on the speed. As Justin Harrington and Jacques Bonaparte. Jacques out of Baltimore, Maryland. 69 Chevelle. Justin out of Muncie, Indiana. Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. As we just have we got 1 pair and 2 singles, I believe. And then we will be back into our second time trial session for our 32 car shootout. Harrington 003 at the start. Jock is Richard Petty at the start. And Jackpot on the racetrack. 777 for Jacques at 87 miles an hour. 003 for Justin Harrington and 533. They're on the racetrack. Off and away right side, 23 at the start, 457 2, 151 on the mile an hour. That's Chris Johnson. Be our final car this go-round. Maryville, Tennessee. The American Prepared Machine. Again, final car down track, and then we will move into our 32 car. Dragster Shootout. This will be the second time trial session for these competitors before we move into round number one for these 32 combatants. 11 on the green light start for Chris Johnson, 476. At 145 there on the mile an hour.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
And I think, Pete, you know, as you're watching this, say you're on the sidelines and you're 10, 12 pair back further, you know, you're hoping what's happening on the boards is kind of reassuring all the math that you went through from the time you computed your first run, what you thought you would run, to what you think you can run while you're standing in the staging lane. So yeah, that plays into my game plan as I left the trailer and as I have right now. Or you're on the other side of it and you say, well, you know, what am I missing here? You know, I'm seeing all these breakouts. Is there something I'm missing here? And kind of go back through your math or through your routine, whatever it may be. You know, you've got to be confident, you know, when you fire up the car that, you know, what the number you put on the side is what you think. Obviously, you want to run it, but you might be holding 300. You might be holding 500. She might be, you know, going one above and planning nitrous spray through it. So, I mean, there's so many different things, but I think the most important part of that scenario is is it fitting into the game plan of which I already have, or did I miss something, and do I need to reconsider a game plan because now I'm 10, 12 pair back and it's go time.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited, while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
of our dragster shootout, Lee out of Chesterfield, Virginia. Race Tech Prepared Machine. Over on the left side, Jack Ostrowski out of Pennsylvania. Lee, 13 green and 478. Jack here in time trial session number 2 is 18 up front and 469.6. Again, this is time trial session number 2 of our 32-car dragster shootout program for today. And this is Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. The only eliminations that we will have today is in this 32-car dragster shootout, where the winner will get their pick of either the American Race Cars assembled pipe or the Race Tech assembled pipe. The runner-up in that final round will get, well, whichever one the winner doesn't want. It's Bo Sanders and Scott Albrecht. Bo out of Raymond, Nebraska. We like add these two together, we would be perfect on both sides. Bo Sanders, 008 on the green light start. Albrecht is 008 red and goes 452 at 154. 487.6 for Bo Sanders at 136 miles an hour. So again, today is just Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune. We will run until 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as that is the time zone we are in here in Bristol, Tennessee. The only eliminations that we'll have today is that 32-car dragster shootout, which we are right in the middle of time trial session number 2 of Jason Sizemore and Noah Lewis. Noah, the dragster in the Schuler Motor Mile side of the racetrack, was the best appearing car at the Galot Fling. That's just a bad piece. Jason Sizemore, South Tennessee, is 10 at the start and 4.888 for Jason Sizemore. Noah, after being 12 at the start, goes 4.55.0 at 151 miles an hour. It's Tim Markaglu and Troy Williams Jr. Tim, out of Staten Island. It's Barbara's husband. They're Mr. Markaglu and Troy Williams Jr. The pickup for Team FTI, Team Overkill. Markaglu's 006 at the start and 461. After Troy was read by 5,000, goes 574.7, 120 on the speed there for Troy Williams Jr. It's Colby Hodges and Mike Nelson. Our next two to be side by side. Colby out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. Race Tech dragster. And the American water heater side of the racetrack. That is the left lane as we are looking down the track. Mike Nelson. Newland, North Carolina. M&M Prepared Machine. Well, if you don't like reaction times that are 005, this particular pair, like, you're not a fan of. Both drivers, 005 at the hit. 486.5 and 142 for Colby Hodges. Mike Nelson was 506.7 at 136 miles an hour. Again, Group D. Let's get you up in the lanes if you would, please. Group D, Group Delta, Group Dog, Group Dilapidated. Group D, let's get you up in the lanes if you would, please, is AJ Ash and Brian Kennedy. Texas. 003 at the start, 472 at 147 miles an hour. AJ Ash, 001 for Team Mullis. As it's already getting to be a little bit silly, and we're not even, like, we've been running cars for 2.5 hours. And we're 003 and 001. A little nasty. I mean, not like fully nasty, but a little nasty. A skosh of nastiness. Steve Sisko. Speaking of a skosh of nastiness, Steve Sisko, he could be pretty filthy. Chad Duke, right side. 007 for Sisko, 008 for Chad Duke. The skosh of nastiness might be getting to be more than a skosh. So, Marco, what's after a skosh of nasty, like a gaggle of nastiness? Oodles of nastiness would follow. Oodles. Yeah. That's what is the 100 tier, the 100 tiers, not tears like crying tears, TIERS, the 100 tiers of nastiness. We need to, like, we got to work on that. And the top of the nastiness pyramid is obviously Big Nasty. We miss Kyle. It's Buddy Fleener. And Rick Needham Jr. 6:16 on the elapsed time for Needham. He was red by 22 thou. Buddy Fleener is 13 green. And 486 there for Buddy Fleener. Junior Hodges and Steve Breeden. Junior out of North Carolina. The American assembled Hot Rod, and Steve Breeden out of Tennessee. The 80 on the red side for Steve. Let's get that out of the way before round number 1 of eliminations. 575, 2 at 120 for Steve. 008 for Junior Hodges. 479 at 144 on the speed. For the American prepared dragster. Sean Parker and Preston Pennington. Sean out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Kalamazoo, Michigan. That's fun to say. Peeps is like, yeah, okay. 001 on the green light start. 471 for Mr. Pennington. I mean, I've said this before. Peeps Pennington has my favorite race car on the entire planet. Not this dragster, but his roadster. Greg Walker and Tommy Cable. Greg out of Maryland, the 68 Camaro left side, the Wolfpack Racing team car, and Tommy Cable out of Maryland. In his Camaro, Tommy Cable has yet to move. Greg Walker is perfect at the start, and 559. At 125 on the speed, we'll get Tommy back into the system. And another opportunity. believe that was perfect reaction time number 7 today. Green for Tommy Cable. Marco, I'm gonna make it hard on you. 620 there for Tommy Cable, 109.03 on the mile an hour. Okay, so at Columbus, we gave away 38 000 hero coins. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 000 hero, you have to be perfect at the start and get the win light. 38 at Columbus. The over-under for Bristol, 47.5. Marco's taken under on 47.5. Bug McCarty from McCarty Auto Parts right side. Donovan Williams. Donovan for Team Overkill and Team FTI on site. 007 leaves last. And that was Donovan Williams. His Bug was 002 at the start and 601, 113 there for Greg Hicks. Is Joe Nelson. And Greg Hicks. PG, that is Philip Gregg, out of North Las Vegas, Nevada, for Hollywood. Ginco Plumbing Machine. Joe Nelson out of Morganton, North Carolina. The Lumina. Nelson 006 at the start. Hicks was 13. Hicks, after being 13 green, is 478 at 145. Joe Nelson and Lumina 006 and 540. It's Cody Wiggins and Gary Williams. 3-time Fling event winner, Gary Williams. For Team FTI on site, Team Overkill. Again, Group D. Group D should be up in the lanes, please. We just have a few more of our 32-car shootout competitors today. Wiggins, 18 on the red side and 451. Williams is 007 red, so Troy and Gary were both red. They're in that rotation. 481 there for Gary at 144 miles an hour. Cody Wiggins out of Kentucky. It's 451 after being 18. On the red side is Donnie Burleson and Corey Galitti. Donnie out of Richmond, Tennessee. Corey Galitti, a long way away from Richmond, Tennessee. Tomball, Texas. Red and a little more red. Red was Corey Galitti by 3 thou. A little more red was Donnie Burleson, who was 005 red, and both drivers decided, I'm going to go 660 feet in 4.573 seconds. Identical elapsed time in each lane. Almost identical mile an hour. 151.82 for Donnie Burleson, 151.68 for Corey Galitti. Shane Thompson. So Shane Thompson, Henderson, Nevada, for Team Silver State. Shane, just a massive supporter of bracket racing all across the country. Does a really, really good job helping several events, including the Fling events. 001 on the red light start for Shane, 468 at 147 on the speed for Shane Thompson. And I believe we have one car left, which is Steve McCrory. So final car in our 32 shootout. Our second time trial session. Stephen McCrory, champ out of Georgia. Backing up after the burnout. Beat a solo shot down the American water heater side of the racetrack to wrap up this second session for these 32 combatants. They are only eliminations of the day, as we'll go from 32 to 16 to 8. To 4 to 2. McCrory is red by 7,000, goes 4.601 at 151 miles an hour. To wrap up the second session, as we're going to move back into Rob's test and tune session. So Rob's test and tune session, all my Group D competitors should be up in the lanes. Group D should all be up there. We'll have a little bit of quiet time on the mic while we tend to some other things. But my Group D competitors should all be up in the lanes. And when we get ready to call up round number 1 of our 32-car shootout, we'll do so here in a little bit. Once again, all of our fans watching on the Motor Mania, Jegs, Mickey Thompson Tire Live today. Everything else is just data acquisition. Here are Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune. Chris Wallen and Noah Johnson. And this is just data acquisition, part of Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Wednesday. Will run until 9 p.m. Wallen 009 on the green light start. The dragster out of Ohio, 492.5 and 140 on the speed, 690. There for Noah Johnson in the S10 out of North Carolina. Once again, today, we're in Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune, run till 9 p.m. We will start tomorrow morning on APD Warm-Up Wednesday. Advanced Product and Design Carburetors graciously sponsor our warm-up event tomorrow. We'll start tomorrow morning at 8:30. Everybody will get one time run, and then we'll go right into eliminations. And we'll have a little bit of fun. It's a great car count already here at the 13th Fling at Bristol. It's crazy. 13th year of this outstanding series. It was started by the late great Kyle Seipel and Peter Biondo, Michael Harbaugh, QJ Arnold. Mike Morgan and Martin Kay. Morgan out of Lebanon, Tennessee. It was 5:01, 137. McKay out of New Boston, Michigan. The brand new dragsters, 001 and then 481. There for Mark was Brad Core and Chris Ferguson. It's getting here as we work our way through Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. We will have a little bit of quiet time on the microphone in between, as there's a lot of stuff going on, as you can imagine, here behind the scenes. So we'll do our best to give out as much information as we can. Of course, round number 1 in our dragster shootout is forthcoming. We just had the second time session, and that will be the Brad Core, 35 green and 4900 at 142 miles an hour. Chris Ferguson is 14 on the red light start and 464. It's Carrie Long and Rachel Conrath. Conrath out of Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania. Seems like a place I want to go to. The winged dragster there for Rachel. Carrie Long. Roxborough, North Carolina, the Miller prepared machine over on the left side. So Todd Barton and Owen Duffield. Owen and Greg towing up out of Temple, Texas. Todd Barton out of Gray, Tennessee. Son Troy just celebrated birthday number 13. Troy's dad, Don, their car side, he celebrated his 13th birthday about 60 years ago. Barton, 21 at the start, 479 for Todd at 144 miles an hour, and Owen Duffield don't think is going to make it all the way up to the top of the hill. Owen has already pulled up over on the side of the racetrack. We will go back and inspect and come up with a plan of attack.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Get ready to tow somebody off the track or track. There's nothing on the track, right, Jack? Yeah, track looks clear, but as far as liquid, we just gotta tow somebody off. We'll be back at it soon. Appreciate everybody cooperation today. Try to get everybody a few sessions. We got Group D in the lanes right now. After Group D, we're going to go into round one of the shootout, and then we'll go back and we'll start the third session.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Todd Coltrane, and Noah Rambo. Todd out of Meridian, Idaho. Part of the multitude of Idaho competitors here this week. Alongside Noah Rambo. Noah started off the day getting the first prize as we opened up the prize vault. Like, second pair out was perfect. It's going to be a little fun. Noah Rambo, 001 423. The numbers for Rambo, 167 on the speed. That's relatively serious. Todd Coltrane, 002 at the start, 465.5 for Todd at 148 miles an hour. It's Gary Minter and Troy Henry. Minter out of West Virginia, the Race Tech Prepared Machine, and Troy Henry. Undercover pipe rack out of Danville, Kentucky. And all my Group D competitors should be up in the lanes. Gary Minter's a $124 on the green light start, 505 at 136 for Gary Minter. Troy Henry, 00 red up front, or 003 red, and 484. Wayne Vernon, Al Sneeds. Wayne Vernon in the dragster 26 green and 564. Allison Eads 15 at the start and 539. We're working our way through Rob's Auto and Collision test and tune. We've got 4 hours left today, but we still have 6 rounds of eliminations. No, 5 rounds of eliminations. 5, 6, whatever it is. Let's see. 32, 16, 8, 4, 5. Math is hard. It's Marty Burton and Zach Henry. Marty out of Russell Springs, Kentucky. Dragster over on the left side. Zach there in Kentucky. 17 green and 497. It's Marty Burton. 491, 139. There for MB is Scotty Neat and Thomas Bear. Now, wouldn't it be like remotely ironic if Scotty Neat's room was just a complete and utter disaster? Like, Scotty's parents would be like, really? Really? Yep. Shop, trailer, like. Scotty out of Columbia, Kentucky. Worthy assembled dragster. And Thomas Bear. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team car. Bear's had a pretty good run in top dragster. .007 on the green light start for the Professor. 505 at 135 miles and 135 on the mile an hour for Thomas Bear. Scotty Neat, 37 green and 504. As Thomas Bear at Chris Forsyth's race down in Tucson did one of the most incredible things that I've ever seen in my drag racing life. Broke a car going into the semis. Got one of the, or in the quarters going in, quarters going into the semis. Broke out a car that had not been down the track at all and was 4 total. It's just silly. It's Mike Coltrane and Marlon Goetz. Mike out of Boise, Idaho in the Stolworthy machine. You normally see Mike in his awesome Camaro Roadster. It doesn't matter for Coltrane, as he can wheel pretty much about anything. 004 green for Michael. 491 on the elapsed time, 140 on the speed. Marlon out of Troy, Texas. Goats. 485-1. I apologize to Marlon. 143 on the speed is Misty Unser and Ricky Harbaugh. Misty out of Kuna, Idaho. It's not Kuna. It's Kuna. I get yelled at like all the time up in Boise. American prepared dragster for Misty. First off the starting line, Ricky Harbaugh, 008. Initiating Ricky's run of 4.900. 141 on the speed. Misty 472.5 at 145 miles an hour. As Larry Hamby and Barry Brown. Larry in his 55 Chevrolet out of Orlando, Florida. A rapid. Happy anniversary. Got married when I was 6. I'm just throwing that out there. Barry Brown out of Blunteville, Tennessee. The M&M prepared dragster. Barry 476, 144, the numbers after being 31 at the start. Larry is in front of green by 4 thousandths of a second. 614, 110, the numbers for the 55 Chevrolet. Dustin Light and Herb Bailey. Dustin out of Greenville, Tennessee. Dragster left side. Herb out of Hurt, Virginia. 98 S10.
pits. The lanes are now temporarily closed for the test and tune session number 2. Lanes are closed for test and tune session number 2. Drivers, don't fret. We'll pick back up with you right after round 1 of the shootout. In the meantime, yeah, shootout drivers, let's bring them up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's dial them in. Get ready to go. Round number 1 of the shootout.
And remember that dial needs to be on the left side of your vehicle, if you would please. Left side dial as we are left side tower. Again, to give the 32-car shootout headed up this way. Left side dial, if you would please. As Herb Bailey hurting them down there on the starting line. 003. It's Kendall Little and Don Buckowitz. Kendall out of Killeen, Texas. Malibu left side. Donnie B out of New Jersey. Buckowitz 476, 145 there for Don. Kendall Little 15 at the start and 6:11 at the end. Josh Ludke and Brian Tolson. Josh out of Boonville, Indiana. For Mr. Ludke. So Josh left side, Brian Tolson right side. Josh first off the starting line and first to the finish line. 11 green for Josh, 472, 146. The numbers for Mr. Ludke and Brian Tolson. A quarter on the reaction time in 6:26 at 1:10 will be your lapse time and speed. Steve Law and Chris McGuire. So Law left side, Chris McGuire right side. Double second. But get to the finish line first. Steve Law, 478.3, 145 is the mile an hour. Over on the left side, Chris McGuire, 006 for the dragster out of Virginia. 486 at 142 miles an hour. Ray Miller, 3 sticks. Spring City, Tennessee. That Ray Miller III is won a thing or two, a time or 20. Corvette Roadster right side. Get all that information entered in. All right, we're in, down, and away. Ray Miller by 2,000. As the Corvette is taking the adventurous route through 660 feet, 73 at the start, and 538 at 101 miles an hour. There for the Corvette Roadsters, John Budakowski and James Hinkle. Budakowski out of Washingtonville, New York, the M&M Assemble Dragster. James Hinkle, Danville, Kentucky, the 05 Grand Am. Here with Marco Paravaleris, and we're like, really looks like a comp eliminator car. Like that should be running like C altered. 461, and then goes 503, 137 for the Grand Am. Budakowski's Karl Malone on the reaction time, and then 453 at 154 on the mile an hour. That's 32 thou on the green light start. There's Jordan Willis Parker and Clyde McKinney. We're here on Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday. The RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optimum Batteries. My 32 car shootout. You should be heading your way up in the staging lanes at this time, please. Again, first round of eliminations. You got to have that dial in loud and proud on the left side of your vehicle. Again, you are married to it. You stage it, I mean, you're not like cohabitating with the dial-in. I mean, you are living with it. Married, I mean, you gotta, like, you know, you stage it up with that dial-in. I mean, you are, like, committed to the level that you're filing a tax return together with that dial-in. Scott Taylor and Lawrence Hinkle. For Lawrence on the red side. Scott Taylor a little bit more worsher on the red light, 005. 442. Relatively serious. 157 on the speed for Scotty Taylor. Lawrence 566 at 122 miles an hour for the Camaro. It's Johnny Carter and Jeff Taylor. Johnny out of Hobbs, New Mexico. There for Johnny, Jeff Taylor, Apache Junction, Arizona. Ginco Plumbing. Thoroughbred Racing Oils. Jeff Taylor, 16 green and 473. 146 miles an hour, 491 there for Johnny Carter after being Michael Jordan at the start. So you can think about it now, like now we have to like clarify Michael Jordan at the start because it's Michael Jordan pre-baseball, pre-basketball return. Yep. Steve Luisos and Joe Julesrud. Steve out of Oak Hill, Virginia, the Nova. Joe out of Stony Point, North Carolina, the white S10. On the red side, 686 at 98 miles an hour, 589.8 for Steve, 117 on the speed after being 48 up front. Mike Austin and Cody McDaniel will be our next pair. Mike and the The GTO there for Mike. Conan McDaniel. M&M prepared dragster. Austin there was 12 red. Corey McDaniel was 2 on the red light, starting 454, 151 for Cody Mike. And the GTO is 552. Here on Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday is Lester Atkins and Josh McDaniel. Red light star for Josh McDaniel. 475 on the elapsed time, 145 on the mile an hour. Lester double is 45 up front. Late Michael Jordan on the reaction time, 450 for Lester at 156 miles an hour. Tim Johnson over on the left side in the Beretta at Rowan Mountain. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, we have a parts call racer in need, over at the Overkill FTI trailer. T&D 1.85 exhaust rocker for 12-degree Brodix heads. Again, a T&D 12-degree Brodix heads. The FTI crew and the Overkill crew would really, really, really like to talk to you about it. They are trackside down in like row 8 or 9, if I remember correctly. Once again, if you are on property and you can assist our friends at Overkill and FTI, T&D 185 exhaust rocker, 12-degree Brodix heads. Our friends at FTI and Overkill would really, really like to talk to you. Donald Brown, Curry, North Carolina in the Beretta. TJ Harper, the Dragsters, 002, 462, 150 on the mile an hour. 437, 126 there for Donald Brown. red by 18th thou. Kenny Snyder, 94 at the start, 469. So Blaine Meyer. And Jamie out of Napanee, Ontario. 23 green, 481. The elapsed time for Jamie through 660 feet. 142 on the speed. Blaine Meyer. 21 at the start and 476. For the dragster out of Georgia, it's Chris Galiti. Tanner Theobald of the Fighting Theobalds. Tanner through his dragster and Shane Thompson's rig and made it out here to Bristol. Tanner out of St. George, Utah, right down there in the southwest corner of the state. 006. Tanner on the start alongside Chris Galiti for Team RAD. There for Mr. Galiti, the American Prepared Machine out of Tomball, Texas. 28 at the start and 447. Theobald is 006 and 488. This is Billy LeBear. Tonawanda, New York. 66 Chevy 2. Wheels up there for Billy 008. And 612. 111 on the speed and one more single. And then we're going to have just a little bit of quiet time on the racing surface while we do a little out there. And we'll be back in round number 1 of our dragster shootout. Again, this is the only eliminations of the day. Going to take it from 32 to 16 right about now. That's Kurt Harrington, Muncie, Indiana. Super cool Chevette. I mean, I see the Chevette, I automatically think of Scott Lemon, who back in the day when I was a wee lad wielded a fierce, and I mean fierce, Chevette up there in Division 6. 7 on the green light start. 609.3, 109 there for Kurt Harrington. And that runner out of Muncie, Indiana. So for now, our Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune is put on hold. We're going to get a skosh more serious as we get ready to roll round number 1 of our dragster shootout. 32 competitors bought into the program, as we're going to go from 32 to 16 to 8 to 4 and then 2. The winner will get to pick if they would like the American Race Cars Dragster or if they would like the Race Tech Prepared Dragster. The runner-up in that.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
It's more kind of like Pete said about controlling the race. I feel like when you hold numbers and sometimes when you hold a lot of numbers, you're really controlling the race. You're giving your opponent, they have to do whatever their game plan is, whether it be flat-footed, whether it be...
You're adding a lot of pressure to them, to their run.
Yeah, and it's really, and it's intimidating, and I like that because when you intimidate them, like you get them...
There's more likely to be red late, make a bad run.
Yeah. And they screw up, they look at you, especially if you catch them early and you start ripping it from...
They make them think their car's broke. One of them kind of do
it. You good? You're controlling this conversation right now. No, it's about controlling the race, and I feel like, at least for me, like when I control the race, I feel confident.
All right, round number one of our 32-car dragster shootout. And this will be the only eliminations of today, as we're going to go from 32 down to 2. Joined up here in the booth by Marco Paravaleris, has been out there doing all sorts of things. A key integral part of the Fling family. Marco has all sorts of experience behind the wheel. He's won pretty much everything at one point or another. Isn't that correct, sir?
I don't know about that, but it's great to be back at Bristol Dragway for another year, rolling into round number one of the American Race Tech 32 car shootout. I know it's a 32-car shootout, but I was told only 31 of them are in the lane, so we're still missing one out of the 32 entrants.
Which could be related to the parts call that we made a little while ago. Perhaps. So Jason Sizemore and Chad Duke will start us off. Jason out of Tennessee, the Mullis Dragster. Chad Duke. And is going to get the win is Sizemore. 47 up front, dead on 6 is Chad Duke was 004 at the hit and got down there and completely nommed the finish line strap like Cookie Monster on a cookie. Breaks out by 14 thou, taking 63 down there at the stripe, Marco.
Have an 043 advantage on the tree. I would say at the Fling, that's going to win you probably 98% of rounds, and that was just one of 2%.
Yeah, it's Corey Galletti and Mike Nelson. And out of Texas 459, the dial is going to advance. 12 up front, 460 on the 459. We'll get it done. Mike Nelson dialed 506, goes 5058, breaks out by 0.02 of a second, taking 7 thou. Needed to snug it up to 5 or less.
Victory is that slim. I call that coin flip racing.
Yeah, really 11-mile-an-hour spread. You know, Corey's coming up alongside pretty quick. Mike Nelson just breaks out by 0.02 of a second as Greg Walker and Jack Ostrowski. Greg out of Clinton, Maryland. That Wolfpack Racing Camaro, 558 in the dial, will be leaving first. Jack Ostrowski out of Pennsylvania, 469 for Jack O. So the Camaro left side, the dragster of Ostrowski. We're at Schuler Motor Mile side of the racetrack. Away and away. Separate the drivers. Ostrowski locks out Greg Walker. 009 and dead zero there, Marco. Jack Ostrowski moves on.
Well, Jack, 469 at 147. He was not down any mile an hour. He was confident in that dial and threw down 9 total.
Group A session.
Group A, let's get you headed to the lanes, please. Once again, Group A. Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune. Let's get you up in the lanes. So that makes 3 of our 16 moving forward as Cody Wiggins and Scott Albrecht. 452 on each side. It's now turned into an index race. Cody left side, Scott right side. Tight spot. Scott Albrecht makes it pay off. 008 up front and 1 above is good. Cody Wiggins was 61. And when you're alongside a guy like Scott Albrecht to give up 500s, that's not going to light a lot of win lights.
When you got a guy that's good on the starting line and can drive the finish line, when you leave him 500s advantage in reaction time, it's going to make you pay.
You're in a pickle. How about this one? Troy Williams Jr., AJ Ash. This is pretty fun.
This is as you would say, this is an A-plus matchup.
This is a first round, final round. Troy Williams, 577. AJ Ash, 590. Florida and Mississippi. And AJ big old nasty, ugly red light by 12 thou. Troy Williams going to get a free sniff of 577. This takes a big whiff of 573.
If both drivers were green, Mike, that would have been interesting. They're both about 300s under their dial-in, so it would have been interesting to see what moves they would have made at the finish line.
There would have been a wompy womp and a tappy tap of the breaky breaky.
Either one.
Or maybe both at the same time. So Troy Williams Jr. will move on via the AJ Ash red light. Donovan Williams and Kobe Hodges. Donovan, the young man who's pretty good 2022, 472 for Team Overkill. Kobe Hodges out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina, 486 for Kobe. Be off and away first. Donovan should catch him at about 100 feet and then start ripping it. On a red line, Donovan gets a freebie round number 2. 4.66 on the 472. And was 007 at the start.
That's exactly what he wanted. Those Williams boys, they can hold numbers, they can kill it, they can execute.
And has that race out in front of him, and he can make the right call down there at the finish line. Colby was just read by 0.04 of a second, and then goes 4.85 to be a first-round runner-up. Is Rick Needham Jr. 6.05 for the Cobalt out of Ohio. Tommy Cable out of Maryland in his Camaro. 6.20 the dial as we are off and away. Big Tommy Cable right off the bat, and he'll make it pay off. Needham obviously not overly enthusiastic, late and slow, and that rarely works when you're alongside Tommy Cable. 15 green and off the gas early to get a pretty easy one there in round number 1, Marco.
2 at 103. I'm going to say he was going a little quicker than 620.
Slightly. It was Buddy Fleener and Noah Lewis. Fleener out of Rogersville, Tennessee. 4.85 is the dial. Noah Clarksville, Tennessee, excuse me. This is all Tennessee on Tennessee crime. Noah. Will be doing the chasing. Buddy Fleener will have the opportunity to leave first by 0.03 of a second, so a half a bulb and a little bit more will be the head start there for Buddy. Object of the game. First is to get the green light. Second object of the game is to do whatever you're going to do down there at 660 feet to illuminate a wind light. I mean, in theory, it's to get to the finish line first and being over the dial, but then you could also, there's all sorts of shenanigans and tomfoolery that goes on down there. Start, and I'll parlay that to a win, locking out Buddy Fleener. 13 green for Noah, dead on 5, makes 18 on the combined. Buddy Fleener was 27 green and was just wasting fuel there, Marco.
Scoop Rock one time, took 16 at the stripe to go dead 5. That is planned execution, and we're going to see that a lot this weekend.
It's Tim Markoglu and Junior Hodges. Timmy out of Staten Island, New York. That's Barbara's husband. 462 the dial for Tim. Junior Hodges, 479 the dial. We'll be off and away first, as I need Group B into lanes, please. So Group A and Group B have been called to the lanes. Group A and B have been called to the lanes. As we're on round number 1 of our 32-car dragster shootout. With Junior Hodges and Tim Markoglu here on the starting line. Tree and away. Foul, separate them at the start. And Markoglu gets the best of a double breakout affair. Markoglu under by 11, Thou will advance. Junior Hodges under by 17, Thou. Just needed to send Markoglu through a little bit more. Did not do it. Made the wrong choice down there, Marco.
Reaction time advantage when it's a double breakout. You only have one choice to turn on the wind light. Get far enough behind.
Yep, Junior fortunately didn't do it there. Tim Markoglu will be back in the round of 16 as Steve McCory and Preston Pennington. This is another one right here that's first round, final round. I mean, it would be a surprise to nobody if either one of these competitors was last one standing. Peeps. Rips down there. Man, Peeps Pennington. 007 dead on 7 to be 14 total. McCrory was 12 green and under by 6, Thou. And that right there is just a really good drag race between two really good racers.
Earlier, when two drivers turned it red and they went 3 under their dial, both drivers were considerably down mile an hour and ran very close to their dials. Peeps Pennington, 14 total. That was tough to get inside.
Bug McCarty and Greg Hicks. Bug in the Oles out of Hazelhurst, Georgia from McCarty Auto Parts, 601 the dial. Be alongside Greg Hicks. Hollywood out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Ginco Plumbing. There for Mr. Hicks. McCarty off and away, and a red light start for Hicks. 19 green and a free look at 478, 477 for Mr. Hicks. Bug, after being read by 5,000, was of course dead on the dial. 601-1 on the 601 prediction, Marco.
601 in his last time trial was 002 on the tree, so he's cutting it tight. When you have a good hot rod and you're that close, could be a good weekend.
This is Donnie Burleson and Gary Williams. Another first round, final round. Burleson out of Richmond, Tennessee. 457 for Donnie Burleson. Gary Williams, 485. Will be out in front. Red light start. He was a little itchy on the trigger finger. 20 on the red light start for Donnie. Gary Williams, 17 green and 505 as he was off the gas early. So he got the incremental that he wanted and got off the gas.
Alls you need when your opponent's red and you're green, you got the reaction time, run it to the 330, and if you can do the run completion properly, Mike, that's all you need.
That's where like math is involved. And you gotta like carry the one, and it that's problematic for me. I would just lick my finger and just hold it up in the air. Yeah, okay, it was about that. So Steve Sisko and Sean Parker. Sisko in the Nova, out of New Jersey. 649 the dial for Mr. Sisko. Sean Parker, 445. But dragster out of Kalamazoo. Out in front, here comes Sean Parker, Steve Sisko, 14 green, 1 above. Sean Parker got to the finish line first by 7 thou to break out 2 thousandths of a second. He had a little bit of room down there, just took a little too much.
For 2 second split in the 8th. The difference between 7 thou and 5 thou, you can't really see that.
Yeah, and a 49 mile an hour split in miles an hour. Sean Parker there, 153. Steve Sisko, 104.
That's tough.
Tough to judge, tough to judge. So Steve Sisko will move on. Lee Dixon and Brian Canady. Second time this round. It's now turned into a 475 index race. Lee out of Chesterfield, Virginia. Canady out of Odessa, Texas. Both winged dragsters. One is a race tech, one is an American. I'm just saying. Red light start for Canady. 23 thousandths of a second. Lee Dixon gets a freebie into round number 2. The reaction time wasn't anything home to write about, as Lee was 34 at the start, but I think he's dead on 7. And we'll get to move on. Canady, after being read by 23 thou, was then 2 above, going 477 on the 475.
Well, the sun's going down. We've seen a good amount of red lights this round. I won't say the sun's going down. The tree's becoming shaded.
Steve Breeden and Joe Nelson. Well, let's just say it started with a 6. Joe Nelson, 005 for the Lumina out of North Carolina. 539 was the prediction, goes 554. Steve Breeden. So Breeden, unfortunately, was late, and dead on the dial, but that's just going to be a first round non-winning win slip, ET slip there for Steve Braden is Shane Thompson and Bo Sanders. Shane for Team Silver State, Henderson, Nevada, 468 the dial. Bo Sanders, 485. Is behind at the start. Sanders completely locks out Shane Thompson. 12 green, 4.857 on the 485, makes 19 total. And Shane Thompson was way more worser than 19 at the start. 39 green for Shane. And Shane will bow out here in round number 1, Marco.
Sanders going back to it, giving it a rip or two, getting it to go dead on. Might have gotten their first 37th thou, but he did what he had to do.
Andrew Conrath and James Hinkle. And that Shane Thompson pair was our final pair of round number 1. I mean, honestly, that didn't seem like 16 pair. That's why Marco and I were a little confused when we looked down at Andrew Conrath and James Hinkle and was like, why is there no dial-ins?
The first round of the whole weekend that we're keeping track of, we're just trying to get into a rhythm, and
it's already over.
16 pairs? Yeah, I mean, we're just starting to get in a rhythm.
Jags.
What would that be?
There's a lot of good racers at 16 cars.
Well, I was talking to a few of these racers in the shootout, and they said, man, this is a Shark Tank. It's safe to say that in addition to calling it the American Race Tech 32 car dragster shootout, we could All-Star shootout could be appropriate.
Yeah, the round of 16 is going to be pretty special.
Looking forward to it.
So we're working through our Rob's Auto and Collision test and tune. Everything is filling in nicely. Again, we're going to run till about 9 p.m. tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. A little bit of quiet time on the racing surface as we go do a little inspection. A little inspection down there on the racing surface. In the middle of Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune. Tuesday here at the RAD Torque Systems, presented by, or Fall Fling presented by Optimum Batteries. And this is the 13th running of the Fling here at Bristol. which is just so special. It's an event that was started by Kyle Seipel and Peter Biondo 13 years ago. So my Group B competitors, Group B should be working your way up into the staging lanes, please. And we'll do as many rotations as we possibly can do before we put this baby to bed. We'll be right back here tomorrow morning on track at 8:30 with advanced product design. Warm-up Wednesday. We'll hand out $15,000. All right, we'll see thumbs up. As we'll get Wayne Bailey and the Beretta fired up. And we're working our way through getting all of the smattering of tech cards entered into the system. Wayne Bailey. A little discombobulated as the dragster over in the right lane kind of rolled back out of the beams. 5:31 the elapsed time will be good. 1:30 on the speed, with the reaction time is not indicative of Wayne Bailey's normal performance. Jack Collier out of Louisiana, 002 up front, 451 at 155. There for Jack Collier. Again, these runs are so important for all the drivers. As they work their way through this entire week, they can go back and they can say, okay, at 5:50 p.m. on Tuesday, this was the temperature, this was the altitude, this was the X, the Y, and the Z, and I ran this number. I'm really, really close to that on Friday. They can predict their dial a little bit better because they have previous data to work off of. Is Ivy Hutto. And the long roof wagon, 609. At 113 miles an hour, Jordan Arnold of Knoxville, Tennessee. 36 at the reaction time and 6:35. There for Jordan at 106 miles an hour is Doug Milner and Ethan Dean are next to line up. Milner, second off the starting line by 1,000. He's 18 green and 558. Ethan Dean was 17 at the start in Malibu at 682. It was Glenn Williamson and Marlon Goatz. Marlon out of Troy, Texas. In the dragster, Williamson in the bright orange 79 Camaro out of Ontario, Canada. Right, to my 16 competitors that were eliminated in round number 1. My 16 competitors that were eliminated in round number 1, you can participate in testing 2. However, you must have purchased a test and tune sticker to run the test and tune. You don't arbitrarily just get to come run in the test and tune. You must purchase the test and tune sticker. You're more than welcome to come in and make a couple more runs that we'll be able to do. But you do have to buy the test and tune sticker. Please, please, and thank you.
Attention racers. Attention test and tune racers. We're going to temporarily close the lanes for the test and tune. We're backlogged here a little bit, so if you have not left your pits and you're in a test and tune, just hang back. We will pick back up after round 2 of the shootout. So test and tune, the lanes are closed temporarily. We'll pick back up with you shortly. So if you're a test and tuner and you haven't left your trailer yet, just wait till after round 2 of the shootout and we'll get you in.
Thank you, Peter Biondo. Garrett Griffith. And Jeremy Kessler. Garrett Griffith, the supremely talented young man out of Alexandria, Kentucky. 25 at the start, 6:44. Jeremy Kessler, 003 on the red light start, and 5:67. Chuck Griffith and Robert Pettis will be our next pair. All right, so once again, everybody, the staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed for our test to tune competitors. Again, staging lanes are closed for our test to tune competitors. If you have not left your pit area at this time, please do not do so. Again, staging lanes are closed for our test to tune competitors. We will pick the test to tune action back up after round number 2 of our shootout. So the staging lanes are relatively full here at Thunder Valley. But once again, if you have not left your pit area, please don't do so. The back of the staging lanes are closed. We'll reopen them when we get ready to move into round number 2 of our dragster shootout.
All right, attention to pits. Again, Race Tech American shootout drivers. 16 are you left. Let's bring them up to stage lanes 1 and 2 now, please. We're going to be pulling you guys out. We're probably going to cut in the middle of the test and tune, and we're going to be pulling you guys out. So let's get them up to stage lanes 1 and 2 dialed in, ready to go.
All right, so Carson Brown and Scotty Watts. Yeah, we kind of apologize for the breaks in the action. Really nothing going on eliminations-wise. When we get into the main event flow, obviously, all the runs we will call. But honestly, we don't want to kill ourselves here on day number 1. We hope that everybody can appreciate and understand that. Carson, there was 10 green and 623. Scotty Watts was 23 at the start and 491. We have made calls for our round number 2 in our dragster shootout. 16 really good racers are left. I mean, it's only obvious because 32 really good racers started. So it would stand to reason that 16 good, really good racers would come out of those 32. Gary Williams and Nathan Schroeder. Camaro 007 and 554. Nathan Schroeder's 15 red and 608. There for the S10 of Iowa. Taking a little look at the racetrack, picking up a piece of debris. Piece of debris. Ron Campbell and Jimmy Chavis Jr. Chavis backing up after the burnout. Orangeburg, South Carolina. So Ron Campbell, Bean Station, Tennessee, left side, the winged dragster, Jimmy Chavis. The wingless Race Tech prepared entry. Ron Campbell is out in front of green by 4th out. Jimmy Chavis Jr.'s 006 and 475 on the elapsed time. 146 there for Jimmy. Ron Campbell, after being red by 4th out, goes 481. As we have Tommy Cable and Coy Collier. And earlier, Emily Biondo brought up the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP helmet. And I'm just saying that it is stunning. Stunning. I mean, I've been to a few of the Fling events, and when I say a few, I mean like close to a dozen. And this is probably the best MVP helmet. Yeah. Tommy Cable. Green line start. Coy Collier's 006 and 459 for Coy. At 151 on the mile an hour. 469 for Tommy Cable after being 15 at the start. And 146, Mike Austin and AJ Ash. And unfortunately, they're pushing Mike's GTO back behind the burnout box. AJ Ash will be making a solo. There for Team Mullis. Solo was 009 on the red light side. 589.7, 116. The speed there for AJ. Yes, Bass. Round number 2 of our dragster shootout is in the staging lanes right now. So 32 people entered. The winner gets their choice of an American Race Cars dragster or a Race Tech dragster. The runner-up gets whatever the other winner doesn't want. So Bass, that second round is coming up. They're in the staging lanes right now. We already had first round. We started with 32. We got 16 left. For those of you who keep a track at home and on the chat bleachers. Yes, there is racing today, but that is the only racing. Everything else today is Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune. Yes, and what Racer said, everybody that's watching, hit that like. Hit that thumbs up. You don't even need a reason. There's Jason Thompson and Heath Bamberger. Last pair down. Bamberger was 10 up front and 6:17. Jason Thompson, 31 at the start. And 6:79. They're through 660 feet. It was Don Cox and Austin Thompson. I wonder if Don Cox would allow me to go sit in his car and make race car noises. We can send Austin Thompson down on a solo. But then again, no. All right, now Austin is in. 67 green. 491 at 139 miles an hour for Austin Thompson. Now, Don Cox and Chuck Roycraft. Don in that 55 Chevrolet. Chuck Roycraft. And the Nova out of Minnetonka, Minnesota. Star Don Cox 009 and 538 in that 55 Chevrolet at 129 on the speed. Chuck is 002 and 616. There for the Nova out of Minnesota. Adam Bambarger. The Alabama-based S10. So I believe we are going to be single and single, and then we're going to be... So 2 singles, and then we're going to have a little quiet time on the racing surface, and we're going to get into round number 2 of our dragster shootout with 16 remaining. Adam is 10 cents on the reaction time, 6:49.0 on the racetrack, and 103.73 miles an hour. And last car going down the track. Mark Stern. The payout for today is the winner gets a dragster, the runner-up gets a dragster. That is the payout for today. 4 more win lights, and that's what they get. David Young out of Philadelphia in the Chevy 2 is 003 at the hit. And 592.0 at 116 miles an hour. Speaking of Philadelphia, Marco, did you see what my Philadelphia Eagles did to the Minnesota Vikings last night?
I don't follow football much, but what they do.
Layeth, the smacketh downeth, is what they did. They're pretty good. Fly, Eagles, fly. All right, so a little bit of quiet time on the racing surfaces. Jack and his team out there doing what they do, keeping Thunder Valley in pristine condition. The next machines...
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
this next decade was basically bracket racing evolved, and as a response to Edmund and Scotty Richardson, they basically dictated what happened next, because everybody said, how the heck do we beat these guys? We can't give them a clean wheel down there. Clean wheel meaning an easy target. So let's mix it up, and that's when a spot drop became popular. And basically a spot drop was hold a couple of numbers, Edmund and Scotty will pull up alongside of you, you give them what they call a moving target. So it made their job a little bit harder. This is it right here. As far as finish line driving, these two, you're learning how they think. So in my mind, you know how they think, and I'm not going to turn this into, I'm going to show you how to beat Johnny Zell, but I'm going to say running your own race, but staying in your lane. In other words, when he has you covered up by, like he said, he's ripping the throttle and he's wearing you out on the way down the track. Your job is to stay confident, and I'm not screwed. I got a chance here. He's doing his thing.
All right, tractor back in place. We have cars right next to us in the tower. Marco Paravallaris, round number 2 here in our dragster shootout. 16 left here, Marco.
8 pairs, which mean 8 of them come back.
And once again, we talked about a lot today. The winner of this race will get their choice of the American Race Cars Prepared Dragster or the Race Tech Prepared Dragster. And the runner-up, well, they get whatever the winner does not like, and that's a pretty good consolation prize.
I mean, you're talking 2 of, could be considered some of the best dragster chassis brands around. I mean, that's just so hard to choose from. I mean, I can't really say that one is better than the other.
Yeah, and you see races all across the country. I mean, guys are winning in both models. I mean, absolutely both make a quality piece. And one of our 16 that are left, we're going to start off the 13th Fling here at Bristol in a pretty spectacular way. Start off with Donovan Williams and Jack Ostrowski. Donovan for Team Overkill. Team FTI, 471 is going to be the dial for Donovan. He's going to be going down the American water heater side of the racetrack. That is the left lane, the lane closest to the big grandstand as we are looking towards those beautiful rolling hills off in the distance. Jack Ostrowski. The winged dragster out of Pennsylvania. It's going to have 468 on the board. Now, Donovan had 471 on the car in round number 1, advanced via the red light, and threw 466 down on the racetrack, Marco.
Pretty much, we know what the strategy is, but we don't know how the top end's going to unfold just yet.
So the slightest of head starts on paper will go to Donovan Williams. 0.03 of a second, the potential leave first for Donovan. Ostrowski is in. Donovan follows. Away and away. A little bit better on the reaction time and better on the racetrack. Completely locks out Donovan Williams. 11 at the start, dead on 4, makes 15 on the combined. Donovan Williams was 18 reacting to green and had no chance, Marco.
Thou away from dropping it to be dead on 0, but when your opponent has a better package than your reaction time, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, one of those deals there for Donovan. That's just a tap kipper or a cap tipper. Nothing he could have done. Hey, good race. Just tipping the cap over your side of the racetrack.
100K win, so
he'll be okay.
That's pretty awesome.
Steve Cisco, Joe Nelson. Steve out of Williamstown, New Jersey. The white 70 Nova, 649 is the dial. Joe Nelson in the aluminum. Cisco gave up a couple at the start, but pays it off. Steve Cisco, 25 green, dead on 8. To be a hunt in front at the stripe, Joe Nelson was 002 green and 4 above, and might have got behind and didn't want to.
27. I'm going to say he wasn't getting there, and Cisco just tightened it up.
Yeah, you saw that nose drop of the Nova. Cisco, one of the premier racers around, was able to make that 2/100ths of a second deficit there at the start. He was 25 green, and Joe Nelson was 002. But was able to advance to Steve Cisco's Bo Sanders and Noah Lewis. Bo out of Raymond, Nebraska, 485 the dial for Bo. Noah, 454 the number for the beautiful drag shot of Clarksville, Tennessee. Bo will be leaving first by about a half a bulb. Identical reaction times for both. Rips down there, and Bo Sanders will advance via the breakout of Noah Lewis. Noah got to the finish line first by 28 thousandths of a second to break out 13 thou. As Bo made the right decision down there, 486 on the 485. Both drivers were 007 at the start as Bo Sanders takes out Noah, Marco.
Down there, when the shade is fully on the track and you're speeding up, sometimes if it looks close or you're not getting there, just get behind.
Troy Williams Jr., Scott Albrecht. Troy, 574 the dial. Scott Albrecht, 450 is the number. Troy looking over the right shoulder. Here comes Scott in the dragster. Troy Williams Jr. locks out Scott Albrecht. 17 at the start for Troy. 574-1 on the 574 to be 18 total. Scott Albrecht was a quarter on the reaction time, and that was just textbook there for T-Rock.
By the slimmest of margins, did exactly what he had to do. He had to take the stripe by 19 thou, and he took 18 with a big split.
Yeah, 36-mile-an-hour split. That's it's pretty spectacular for Troy Williams Jr., Jason Sizemore, and Greg Hicks. Sizemore, Kyle's Ford, Tennessee, the Mullis-winged dragster left lane, 488 the dial. Greg Hicks, Genco Plumbing Hot Rod, North Las Vegas, Nevada for Hollywood, 482 the number for Hicks, who stages last. Tree and away. Hicks better at the start and better at the end. 9 total for Hollywood. 004 dead on 5. About 004 for Hicks, getting there first by 2 thou. So 004 taking 2 thou. That's going to get it done like 96% of the time, Marco.
How Greg executed that. Just past the 330, he caught Jason and just hung a wheel on him, killed exactly what he needed to kill to go dead 5. That is textbook execution when you're trying to get in front holding a few numbers.
Yeah, really those last two pair, Troy Williams Jr. and Greg Hicks, that was both A-plus job by both those drivers. You got that right. Tim Markaglu and Peeps Pennington. This is like second round, final round. Both of these gentlemen supremely talented. Tim out of Staten Island, New York, 459 for Timmy. Peeps, Three Rivers, Texas, 473 the dial for Peeps. And it's all over right after that. Market who likes it red by 3,000. Peeps 008 and 469. As we knew what Peeps' plan was down there.
He was definitely Peeps, another one. He can kill what he needs to kill. He was 14 total after being 007 the last round. He's 008 this round. That's consistency on the tree. That's what'll win in the long run.
I mean, after all, Peeps is just the guy that in the final round in Vegas threw up a perfect package alongside Dave Meyer. I mean, ho-hum. Corey Galitti and Tommy Cable. This is another spectacular matchup. Corey, the young man out of Tomball, Texas, in the dragster left side, 455 the dial. Tommy Cable out in front, looking over the shoulder. Here comes Corey Galitti, and that is just flat out filthy on Tuesday. Tommy Cable is 008 and is completely froze out as Corey Galitti's 002 dead on 3 to be 5 total. Tommy Cable's going to grab that time slip. It's like, dude, that's 008 and had no chance.
Well, Mike, that was a big split. Looking at the mile per hours, both drivers just tried to lay down the best lap they could have without doing anything fancy on the top end, and that was spectacular.
Corey Galitti, 5 total. Tommy Cable's 008 at the hit and just completely in the way. Lee Dixon and Gary Williams. Lee out of Chesterfield, Virginia. 475 is the dial for Lee. Gary for Team FTI. Team Overkill, 483 is the dial. One driver is ripping it. And Gary Williams is 7 total, being dead on 7 because he was perfect at the start. Gary Williams, 4837 on the 483 to get the win after being perfect at the hit. Lee Dixon was 20 green, broke out, and still got to the finish line second.
Final pair of round number 2. Mike, alls I can say as an analysis, that is the reason why these drivers are getting in a rhythm early. Here we go.
That was A+.
A++.
Absolutely.
And then some.
All right, so back into time trials here on Rob's Auto and Collision. Great job, T-Rock. Garrett, like that was a pretty good round. Brian Cam and Dennis Lithgow back into a Rob's Auto and Collision time trial session. Lithgow 005 of the drag strut of Mansfield, Texas, 471. Brian Cam 17 green and 508. So Brian Cam for Team Thomas Bear. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Douglas Marsters and Philip Pennington. Like I said, that round, man, round number 2, that was pretty good. Can't wait for round number 3.
On a scale of 1 to 100, talking about the whole nasty scale, what would you rate that at?
That was about a 90.
Yeah.
All right, so there's vehicles running down the track, but hot off the press is the ladder when we get down to 8 cars. And it's pretty much just flat out stupid. Gary Williams, Steve Sisko at 8 cars. Bo Sanders and Peeps Pennington. Greg Hicks and Jack Ostrowski. And Corey Galiti and Troy Williams Jr. That's pretty freaking good.
You talk about the odds of which driver will prevail and go to the semis in each of these pairs. I can't really put down any distinct odds. I'd rather just take 4 coins and just flip them. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a pretty good round of 8 right there.
And just looking at the reaction times in the test and tune, they're tightening up in the shootout, but don't forget about the test and tune. I'm seeing double O's for both drivers. Like every time I look at the announcer screen and regain my focus, they are double O after double O. You know, you said there's how many, what was the over under on the 000 Heroes, Mike?
47.5.
You know, I said under. That might come back. That prediction might come back to haunt me.
Yeah, it's definitely not prediction machine worthy.
Prediction
100%.
No less, ever.
Never wrong. So Steph Fuller, the dragster out of Nebraska, unfortunately, was off the gas a little bit early and has already pulled over to the side of the racing surface, which we do greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate when racers are very cognizant of that and could get pulled over as safely and as quickly as possible. Because I'm telling you, after running a motorsports facility for a little bit over a decade, it is a lot more fun to clean up 100 feet of stuff versus cleaning up 1,000 feet of stuff.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
So Group C, I appreciate you guys being patient. Group C and D, but we will get to you. There's only 8 left in the shootout. As soon as we get them in, we'll call you guys up, and we'll go from there.
I like your plan. Jamie Holston and Jacques Bonaparte. Jacques out of Baltimore, Maryland. The 69 Chevelle. Alongside Jamie Holston. Rural Retreat, Virginia. Here on Rob's Auto and Collision, Test and Tune Tuesday. Again, everybody that is a part of the Test and Tune. Holston is 009 red, and then 446 at 157. Jacques is 15 green and 780. Everybody participating in the Test and Tune, if you are not already in the lanes, please do not come. Stay in your pit area. So we're going to work on clearing out the lanes, and then we're going to run our quarterfinals and our 32-car dragster shootout. Those pairings, again, when we get down to 8 cars, is Gary Williams and Steve Sisko. Bo Sanders and Peeps Pennington. Corey Galitti. And Troy Williams Jr., Greg Hicks, and Jack Ostrowski. Scott Taylor and Cameron Manuel. Cameron and wife Amanda at West End Opera House. Last lady standing. It's a great addition to the Fling events. Cameron's 33 up front, 451 at 154. There for Cameron. Scott Taylor's 004 for that roadster out of Michigan. And then 488, 143. It's Justin Harrington and Cliff Carr. Number 3 of our shootout. Round number 3 shootout. You guys are on the ladder. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Round number 3, the shootout. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Once again, Gary Williams, Steve Sisko, Bo Sanders, Peeps Pennington, Corey Galitti, Troy Williams Jr., Greg Hicks, and Jack Ostrowski are the pairs. Jeff Taylor. The dragster out of Apache Junction, Arizona. 009 on the red light start. And Randy Morissette was like, I want to be perfect. So that's what he did. Perfect reaction time. Once again, when we get into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the Kyle Seipel 000 Hero program goes into effect. It's incredible commemorative coin and $50 in cash if you turn on a win light and you are perfect on the reaction time. And that is on Thursday and Friday and Saturday. A new addition to the Fling events that started at Columbus. 38 of them were given away. Joe Julesrud and Kenny Snyder. Julesrud in that white S10 at a Stony Point. 686 after being 19 red. Kenny Snyder 37 green and 469 for the drag shot of Pennsylvania. That's Colin Estes. Danny Nelson prepared drag strat of Illinois. And Larry Mire. Lucky Larry out of Michigan. Mustang Roadster. Just exactly how the Ford Motor Company designed it in 2016. 2016 Ford Mustang. Goes 584. Colin 15 green and 514. So Buddy Fleener and Frankie Denton Jr. Jason Atteri and Shallon Broussard. Broussard out of Louisiana. Atteri out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Both 20 at the start. 707 for Jason at 105 miles an hour. Shallon's 20 green and 498 for the dragster out of Louisiana. It's Greg Walker and Mitchell McKinney. So do you like your 68 Camaros or do you like your 69 Camaros? Walker left side out of Maryland, 68 model year. Mitchell, the black on yellow 69 out of Newland, North Carolina. Walker better at the star 006 on the green light. Mitchell 13 green and 643. At 105 miles an hour, 552 for Greg Walker at 126. On the speed is A.J. Ash and Chris Hodge. AJ in his brand new Mullis dragster that was best appearing at the Columbus Fling, and that thing is impeccable. There for Team Mullis and Chris Hodge, Rutledge, Tennessee, 66 Chevy 2. And when Hodge pulled up alongside the tower, we had to go get an extra paper towel because Marco was drooling all over the counter. Hodge 24 on the green light start. AJ was 32 green and 469 for AJ at 146 on the speed, 620 for Hodge at 109 miles an hour for that good-looking Chevy 2 out of Rutledge, Tennessee. So Ashley Smith, Jordan Willis Parker, as we are waiting for 2 of our final 8. So again, we're just missing 2 of our 8 here for round number 3 of our dragster shootout. So Ashley Smith, left side, Winterville, North Carolina. Jordan Willis Parker, Plainwell, Michigan, winged American dragster. Ashley misses perfection by 1 thou and goes 5:15, 134. Jordan Willis Parker, 11 on the green light start and 4:59 at 150 miles an hour for JWP. Kevin Burkett, Sean Parker, our next 2 to go down this incredible Thunder Valley drag strip. Here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Sean Parker, a little bit early leaving the starting line by 4 thou and goes 4:43 at 156 miles an hour. Kevin Burkett, 15 green and 492. And Sean Parker with no power adder going 4:43. That's pretty sporty. There's Jay Ralston and Ian Woods. Jay out of Pennsylvania, the winged racecraft prepared dragster, and Ian Woods. Powell, Tennessee, the wingless American chassis dragster. Ralston way in front of the green light as he has 99 problems, and the red light was 1 because he was 99 red. In Woods 009 on the green light start and 480 at 144 miles an hour. Jay Ralston after that 99 red goes 4:329. It was Derek Hubbard and Don Tipton. Good to see Don back on the starting line as that second session he had to be pushed back here behind the burnout box. So Derek, the winged dragster, Lake Mary, Florida. For Derek Hubbard. Don Tipton, 31. There at the start, 6:20 for Little S10 at 110 miles an hour, 4:51.4 for Derek Hubbard. After being 21 at the start, 1:52 on the speed. Jeremy York and Cameron Fredrickson. Jeremy out of Selma, Indiana. Cameron out of Riverview, Florida. And the Malibu wagon that has a propensity of going skyward, which we like. I mean, after all, it is for our enjoyment. Yeah, in April down at Galat, Cameron Fredrickson was bumper dragging this Malibu wagon. Yeah, it was a little bitty one. Cameron 001 on the the green light. Jeremy York's 13 down at the start, 450 at the finish, 154 on the mile an hour. And after being 001, Cameron put 622 on the scoreboard at 108 miles an hour. Wayne Bailey and John Labuse. You know, if Labuse only had any type of success at Bristol Fling events, if only. Mr. Labuse has won a lot here at the Bristol Flings. 005 red for Labuse in the Chevy 2. Wayne Bailey in the Berettas, 12 red and 529. Labuse 005 and then 641. This is Jamie Tupper, Keegan Hinkle. Hinkle left side in the dragster out of Kentucky. Jamie Tupper in the Camaro out of Ontario, Canada. Really appreciate all the support from the Canadian racers that travel down south to be with us. Good on you, eh? All right, so Group C, let's get you up in the lanes. But a little caveat there. If you're in the same car, same driver, double entry, Group A and C, you've already made a run in Group A, please don't come up and run in Group C. So if you've already made 3 runs, please do not come up in this session. Pretty please. And we thank you for your cooperation. Cody Wiggins and Matt Daddis. Daddis and the Starfire, otherwise known as the Star Lord, otherwise known as Peter Quill. So we're going to call that car Peter Quill from now on. And then we need Matt Daddis when he drives that car just to walk around and say, "I am Groot." Cody Wiggins and the Mino Camino out of Kentucky. Daddis. 001 in the Starfire. And 628.9 at 108 miles an hour for Mr. Matt Daddis. Cody Wiggins. Chris Johnson, Maryville, Tennessee, in the American Prepared Dragster. And Shane Boney, the S10 out of Bellevue, Minnesota. Away and red. Johnston, 475, 145 there for Chris after being red by 12 thou. Shane Boney, 007 on the red side. And 598 for the S10 as Mark McKay and Kevin Poitras. Poitras out of Florida in that brand new Ultra Tech dragster. That is really beautiful. Mark McKay out of New Boston, Michigan. Those 22 dragsters, nothing to sneeze at as well. But here's the test for everybody here on property and everybody at home. Say Ultra Tech 10 times fast. I can't even say it one time slow. Ultra Tech for Kevin Poitras. And a red light start for Kevin by 17 foul, Mark McKay. 37 on the green light start, 476 for Mark at 144 miles an hour. Kevin uses that 17 red to go 448.6 at 155. As we have two solos. And then I believe we're going into round number 3 of our dragster shootout. And we're going to start with an incredible pair. So 2 singles. So 609, 110 after being 18 there at the start. And final car down the track here before we move into round number 3 of our dragster shootout. The Deuces Wild Chevy 2 be the last car down track before we move into round number 3 of our dragster shootout. .552.2 after being 27 on the green light start down there, ended up at 126 miles an hour over yonder. I need to have Cowboy come up and give me a course on Tennessean. And we've talked about y'all and all y'all, but a little bit of quiet time on the racing surfaces. I do believe it's just a little quick broom on each side, and then we're going to go right into round number 3 of our dragster shootout. And we're going to start that round off with, let's see, some guy named Corey Gallitti, he's okay. Some guy named Troy Williams Jr., he's okay. I mean, if you're into just like, you know, winning a whole bunch of races, both of these guys are kind of okay.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Harry Williams, Steve Sisko, Bo Sanders, Peeps Pennington, Greg Hicks, and Jack Ostrowski. Those are our 8 remaining, which is pretty special. All right, so Group D, let's get you headed up in the staging lanes, please. Again, Group D, let's get you up in the lanes, please, for session number 3. Group D, let's get you up in the lanes, please, for session number 3. Group D, Group Dilapidated. Group Dinosaur. Group... Marco, I'm waiting for you to throw out a word that starts with D. Group Doggy? Oh, Donkey? I mean, Layla, Marco's right. You're calling him a donkey? You're calling your brother a donkey. So Group D's heading this way. Marco, give me a word.
That wouldn't be the first time, but
Okay, so I want to know, when you two were wee ones, which one of you stole toys from the other one?
that's an easy answer. It's pretty self-explanatory.
All right. Well, it was Toy Stealer. Okay. I wish I could say I was surprised at that. All right, call the fire has been made. Troy Williams Jr. slapping the helmet on. Round number 3. Quarterfinals of our dragster shootout is rolling forward. Up here with Marco Paravalaris. I mean, the round of 16 was incredible.
Pairs.
Yeah, we're going to hold everybody to a pretty high standard here. So Corey Gallitti, Troy Williams Jr. will start us off. Corey out of Tomball, Texas. Young man on the dragsters had 455 on the dial. Troy Williams Jr. in the pickup, 572 is what Troy has decided here in the quarterfinals. Troy will get the head start by 2 bulbs and half of a third. Troy is staged. Corey Gallitti is in. Gallitti better at the start. Troy out in front. Corey Gallitti forces Troy Williams Jr. to break out by 0.02 of a second. Corey was 007. Troy was 24 at the start. 007, 1 above 5 for Corey Gallitti. Marco is going to get it done, taking out Troy Williams.
You possibly can. Troy Williams, he took 0004 at the stripe, but Corey Gallitti essentially locked him out by just that little bit.
Yeah, Corey Gallitti will advance down to 4 cars. Preston Pennington and Bo Sanders. Peep Show over on the left side, 3 Rivers, Texas, 472 the dial in for Peeps. Bo Sanders, 485 for the racer out of Raymond, Nebraska. With the slightest of head starts. Tree and away. Red light start for Peeps by 2 thou. Bo Sanders going to get a free look at 485. 4856 for Bo after being 11 up front. Peeps, red, and dead on. Said he was going to run 472, goes 472.6, but it was all over. Literally 2 inches into 660 feet as Peeps turns it red by 2 thou.
He went down there and took a 13 thou stripe just for the heck of it. Went dead 6. So if he was 000 green, still would have gone, with the amount of stripe he took, he'd have gone dead 4. So that good execution. Just unfortunately on the red side.
And that's also a great piece of advice. If you're red, go down and still drive the stripe. Why not? Jack Ostrowski and Greg Hicks. Jack out of Pennsylvania. The dragster with the wing on it out of 467 dial. Greg Hicks, North Las Vegas, Nevada, 481 the dial for the Genco plumbing ride. And Hicks flat out missed the tree. Ostrowski, 14 green, 1 above. Hicks, 481.5 on the 481 to be dead on the dial. And anytime your reaction time is higher than that of Peter Biondo's age, you're not going to turn on a lot of wind lights. Hicks, 53 on the bulb there, Marco.
You give up that much on the starting line, even when you drop it to dead 5, nothing you can do.
Absolutely. Final pair, Steve Cisco, Gary Williams. Cisco out of New Jersey in the Nova. Gary Williams for Team FTI on site. Team Overkill 477 is the dial. Cisco is away. Gary Williams is away. Gary looking to the left. Steve Cisco looking to the right. Gary Williams, 10 green to be fourth thou in front to get the win. 479.7 on the 477. Steve Cisco gave up a little bit at the start, was 25 on the green light start, and 6.506 on the 649 is Gary Williams. It's going to take us down to 4 cars there, Marco.
Jags.
Group D should be in the lanes. Group D should be in the lanes. Rick Needham Jr. there, 17 green, 597. Robbie Breeden in the S15 is 003 and 718. All right, so final call, Group D, final call. Group D, and if you've already made 3 runs, please do not come up. If you made 3 runs today, please do not come up. My semifinals and my shootout, you should be making your between round maintenance procedures in a prompt manner. Once again, Group D, final call, you should be up in the lanes. Semi-final in our dragster shootout, Corey Galitti, Jack Ostrowski, Gary Williams, Bo Sanders will be that final 4. Semifinals in the shootout. Corey Galitti, Jack Ostrowski, Bo Sanders, Gary Williams. And Corey Galitti, Jack Ostrowski, Gary Williams, Bo Sanders. Head up this way, please. Again, Group D, you should all be in the staging lanes if you are not. But once again, if you've made 3 runs, do not come up in the lanes. And my semifinal in the shootout, I tell you what, Marco made a really, really good point. If you turn on a win light, in this round, you're guaranteed a dragster.
At least a body and a chassis, but that's a dragster. I mean, it's valued at, each one is valued at, I believe it's $16,500.
Yep.
So basically, you go to the final and you're getting an over $16,000 value.
That's right.
So essentially, for both these 2 pairs, it's a final round.
Because you're going to win something, absolutely guaranteed.
The final round is really just for bragging rights, is what it boils down to.
And make and model.
Like I said, it's hard to have a preference.
That's right. Thomas Bair. 008 for Team Lucas Oil and the Thomas Bair School of Drag Racing. 503 for Mr. Bair at 136 miles an hour. Zach Henry, 48 on the green or on the red light side of things. 494 at 138. There's the mile an hour. Scott Jorgensen and TJ Harper. Here on Rob's Auto and Collision Testing Tuesday at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Once again, our dragster shootout semifinals. I believe we're missing one, and I see that one is rolling up right now. All right, Peter Biondo just walked in the booth like hot. He was coming in hot, and he's like, I got a plan, and he picks up the microphone.
It was a happy hot.
All right, the plan is?
The plan is TJ Harper is going to go 003. That's my guess. Oh, that
005.
Okay. Kenny Snyder will do it. I'll let this pair go.
I'm going to take the over on the 003. Kenny Snyder and Jerry Hollingsworth. And 458. Jerry Hollingsworth, 25 on the green light start and 525. There's 25s everywhere.
A lot of 25s.
There's 25s. And then 5 times 5 is 25. So, I mean, there's just all over the place.
All right, so here's the game plan, racers. Attention in the pits. The game plan for the rest of the night. The staging lanes are now closed for the third test and tune session. So test and tuners, the staging lanes are now closed. We're going to run these semifinalists of the shootout. We're going to clear out the lanes, and then we're only going to give a cleanup run for somebody who had 0 or 1 run. Make sense?
0 or 1 run. We'll get a cleanup.
That's right.
I like where your head's at.
So for right now, the staging lanes are now closed for the test and tune session. Again, we're going to run the staging lanes out. We're going to mix the shootout cars in, and then we're going to call a cleanup for anybody who had only 0 or 1 run.
Copy that. Billy LeBear and Josh Dykes. Billy's like cream 66 GV2. Josh Dykes, the Race Tech Dragster, 001 on the red side and 471 at 146 on the mile an hour. 12 green for Billy, 616 at 103 miles an hour for Billy. As Wayne Vernon backing up after the burnout. Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So once again, the staging lanes are closed. They're closed for now, as we are running in Group D. However, when the staging lanes do go to open back up, they will only be open for people who made 0 and or 1 run only during the test and tune session. So if you've already made 2 runs, you've already made 3 runs, you can put them back in the box. Be done for the day. Andrew Sturck, and Michael Harbaugh. Harbaugh, the roadster left side. Or Sturck, roadster left side out of Ontario. Up there in Canada, Michael Harbaugh, runner out of Maryland. .008 for Sturck and 578.3. Zone Duffield, Temple, Texas. Sudad Greg behind. As we're going to have a single and then semifinals of our shootout. So on the first run today that Owen made, ended up having to be pulled off the racing surface. So hopefully got everything back in working condition, which that looked very nice. 009 for Owen and 497 at 138 miles an hour. A single here for Jeff Foster. Foster out of West Virginia, the 63 dollars. 11 on the green light start. Jack Foster, 11 green, 587 at 115 miles an hour. Right, as our Thunder Mountain track team and the Fling staff going to do just a little bit of work. They're on the racing surface. We were under the impression that we were going to go right directly into the semifinal, but we saw something down there that we wanted to improve upon. And when we're rolling into the semifinal,
meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Great motion. You're going to take the lead.
In a race tech?
Absolutely. So while we do have a little bit of quiet time on the racing surface, once again, the staging lanes are closed unless you have had 0 or 1 run. Once again, the staging lanes are closed unless you have purchased a test and tune for today and made 0 runs up to this point. Or you purchased a test and tune for today and made only 1 run. Staging lanes are open for those 2 particular situations. If you made 0 runs or if you've only made 1 run, you're more welcome to come in the staging lanes. The call to fire has been made, and we're going to start off with Gary Williams and Bo Sanders. Bo will be in the winged dragster, the American prepared machine out of Raymond, Nebraska. .485 is going to be the dial-in for Bo. Gary Williams, .482 the number. For Team FTI on site, Team Overkill there for Gary Williams. Bo Sanders will have the opportunity to leave the starting line first by 0.03 of a second. I think Gary Williams will be in pursuit. Turn on a win light. Right here, guaranteed either an American or Race Tech dragster chassis. Tree and away. One little bitty one separate the 2 on the starting line. Bo, Gary Williams, 11 green, 1 above 2, 483.2 on the 482 dial for Gary Williams. Bo Sanders, 12 green and 3 above the dial, Marco.
Their mile per hours were in the 120s, so both of them, when they got towards the finish line, their left foot got strong.
So Gary Williams will take home one of those prizes. And will it be alongside Corey Galitti or alongside Jack Ostrowski in that final round? Corey, the young man out of Tumble, Texas, 456 is the dial. Jack Ostrowski, right side, out of Pennsylvania, 467 the number for Jack. Red light start for Ostrowski by 1 stinking thou. Corey Galitti off the gas, 514 on the 456, and that's a heartbreaker for Jack Ostrowski. 1 thou away from a potential $16,000 plus prize just by turning on the win light there, Marco.
Jags.
Here on Rob's Test and Tune Tuesday in the American Race Tech Shootout. Wow, Mike, I'm not paying attention. I look up at the announcer screen. Marty Burton is trip zip. I'm guessing you've already lost count of how many 000s there have been today.
Yeah, I stopped. It's been a few.
Let's just say there have been about 15 today.
It's probably close.
Okay. But we're going to run some more test and tune cars. That's going to be a heck of a final. Corey Galitti in G-Dub. So once again, staging lanes, if you made 0 or 1 run today only, and you purchased a test and tune card, the staging lanes are available for you. If you made 2 runs already today, or if you made 3 runs today, the staging lanes are closed for you. You can put them to bed for the night as we start up again at 8:30 in the morning. Here at Bristol Dragway, Thunder Valley. This place is truly spectacular. Again, 8:30 in the morning for Advanced Product Design Carburetors Warm-Up Wednesday. It'll be 8:30 in the morning start.
All right, so we've talked about this a couple of times. The back of the lanes are closed unless you have made 0 or 1 run only. If you purchase a test and tune card for today and you've already made 2 runs, your day is done. If you have made 0 or 1 run only, and we will be confirming that via checking the numbers up here in the tower from the back of the staging lane. So please don't try to cheat the system. Once again, if you have made 0 or only 1 run, you're more than welcome to come up in the staging lanes. But if you have made 2 runs in the car, you're done for the day. Please don't come up. Pretty please. Josh Ludke and Jimmy Chavis Jr. 002 for Chavis. Ludke's perfect. Ho-hum. 468.6 for Ludke at 147 miles an hour. Jimmy Chavis was 002 and late. 475 at 146 miles an hour. It's Trey Sasser and Scott Albrecht. Trey out of LaGrange, North Carolina in the Gremlin. Remember, don't get it wet. Don't feed it after midnight. And definitely don't get it in the sunlight. Sasser, 009 on the red light start. Scott Albrecht, 16 green. Also, all the drivers, if you're in the staging lanes and you could hear me, taillights would be greatly appreciated. Definitely that time of the night where it's pretty dark down there. So we're going to make sure that tail light is on. Very much appreciate that. Carl Benson, Don Buckowitz. Carl left side, Don over on the right side. Parentville, New Jersey, Race Tech Prepared Machine. Buckowitz was 007 on the green light start. Carl Benson had some additional numbers in the box that he didn't want. And goes 534.2 at 130 on the speed. Buckowitz 007 and 4760. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, attention on property. If you're a late arrival, or if you didn't participate in the test and tune today, if you have yet to turn in your tech card and your W-9 and all that stuff, if you pretty please could just take a couple of minutes, make your way up into the tower, come see the Diva desk, get that tech card turned in for us, please. Get the W-9 turned in. We would greatly appreciate all of the help we could get getting those things turned in tonight for us. It makes tomorrow substantially easier for all of the staff if we have those things sooner versus later. So once again, if you got here in the last little bit, or if you've been here all day and you didn't participate in Test and Tune, please come see the Diva desk up in the tower, turn in the tech card, turn in the W-9, get all that stuff taken care of. We would greatly appreciate it. That'd help the staff out a tremendous amount. Tomorrow is Chris McGuire and Lester Atkins. Chris out of Virginia, 17 green and 486. Lester, the dragster out of Kentucky, 51 at the start and 448 at 156 on the speed for Lester. So Larry Hamby and Dennis Lithgow. Once again, the staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed unless you purchased a Test and Tune card for today and have made zero or only one single run, you can come up in the staging lanes, please. We will be verifying that information before we get you up in the lanes. Once again, if you made zero or only one run, you're more than welcome to come up in the lanes. But if you've already made a couple of runs, your day is over. So please don't come up, pretty please. John LaBoose and Corey McDaniel there. LaBoose 005 and 638. In the Chevy 2, Cody McDaniel 006 and 453 for the M&M chassis dragster. So we have a smattering of cars that are back there to run. Once again, the staging lanes are closed unless they're totally closed now. Totally closed now. So the staging lanes are 100% bona fide closed. So if you are not in the lanes, we sincerely apologize, but the staging lanes are closed. In a little bit, we'll be working on getting our final up here and our dragster shootout from today, which started at 32 outstanding competitors. And we're down to the final round of Corey Gallitti and Gary Williams, and there's all sorts of intrigue with that matchup. There's all sorts of intrigue in addition to the fact that it is Gary Williams and Corey Gallitti. There's some other fun stuff about this particular matchup as well. But we'll get into that a little bit. Buddy Fleener and Josh McDaniel in that last pair, 16 green for Buddy and 486. Josh McDaniel, 3 times more worser on the reaction time, 48 on the green light start, and 475 is Cameron Fredrickson and Kendall Little. Fredrickson in the Malibu wagon. Kendall Little in the regular Malibu non-wagon. Fredrickson gets the front end way up in the air. There in a Malibu, 15 green and 621 for Cameron. Kendall Little's 007 on the red light start. And then goes 610 at 112 on the speed. There for Kendall Little. Keegan Hinkle and AJ Ash. Keegan out of Kentucky, the undercover prepared dragster. AJ Ash in his brand new Mullis prepared machine. Long Beach, Mississippi. There for Mr. Ash. A machine that was best appearing car at the Columbus Fling here just a few weeks ago. All right, final round. Let's get you up here. Gary Williams and Corey Gallitti. Let's get my final up in the staging lanes, please. Gary Williams, Corey Gallitti. AJ Ash, 005, 468. The numbers for AJ, 24 in the start for Keegan, 542 at 126. That dragster out of Kentucky. It's Kerry Long and Mike Griffin. Our next two. Again, Gary Williams, Corey Gallitti. Let's get you up in the lanes if you would, please. And Shootout Finals, get you up here, please. Gary Williams, Corey Gallitti. Pretty please. Johnny Carter and Aaron Roberts. Johnny over on the left side, Hobbs, New Mexico, as we are nearing the end of our Rob's Auto and Collision Test and Tune Tuesday here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling together by Battery. We have our final round on our dragster shootout. Gary Williams and Corey Gallitti. Colin Estes and Noah Pollard. Colin, this trip zip perfect. 5:13.3 at 134 miles an hour for Colin. Noah, 6:35.2 at 105 miles an hour. And that 009 light for Noah. Jeremy York, their left side. I was thinking about, so the Titans have a home game. Sean Parker and Jason Rich. Sean out of Michigan. And Jason Rich in the bug catcher. Big wheels up for Rich. That was wild. There for Jason. 007 red. 567 for Rich at 124 miles an hour. That was, I do believe that might have been a bumper dragger. Oh yeah, that was a bumper dragger there for Jason Rich. That was wild. Matt Recklitis and Wayne Vernon. Matty out of Pennsylvania. Wayne Vernon, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. They're in the Sunbird on the right side of the racetrack. Red and red. Matt is 002 on the red light. Wayne Vernon, we're going to need that center line back, sir. He drove over towards the middle of the racetrack. Goes 634 at 106 miles an hour. Matt goes 479.0 at 143 miles an hour. Ronnie Whitlock and Justin Harrington. Whitlock out of Lake Mary, Florida. Justin Harrington, Muncie, Indiana. Justin Harrington ends the day being perfect. 5:32, 128. A perfect reaction time there for Justin. Ronnie Whitlock. 2:01 on the green light start and 4:81. They're on the racetrack. Greg Duffield and Jamie Holston. QJ Arnold and Jerry Hollingsworth. QJ out of Tennessee, Maddox prepared dragster, and Jerry Hollingsworth out of Wilmington, Ohio. The rear engine dragster, right side, as we have one pair and a single in the box, and then our final round of our dragster shootout. And then just a few test and tune cars left to close out the show. Is Matt Dattis in the Grand Am out of Vermilion, Ohio. So Matt Dattis there on the solo before we bring up our Gary Williams, Corey Gallitti final round. Matt, 003 on the green light start. 6.169 for Matt Dattis on 110 miles an hour as our final round in our dragster shootout. So Corey Gallitti, left side. Tomball, Texas. 456 is the dial. Gary Williams, right side, out of Florida. For FTI, Overkill, 481 dial for Gary Williams. These two have been side by side in a race for the dragster shootout before. Corey Gallitti ended up on the right side of things. Tree and away. 009 lead second. Corey Gallitti takes out Gary Williams. 006 taking 001 at the stripe. Corey Gallitti 457.1 on the 456. Gary Williams 009 dead on 9 and 1 thou short. Marco, that was spectacular.
More of both drivers just did that good of a job at killing what they were holding, and it just came down to 1 thou. You know, they're eyeing each other. They did what they had to do at the finish line, but Corey was 1 thou better. Congratulations to both Corey Gallitti and Gary Williams. I'd say they both come home a winner, and it's only Tuesday.
They both made out okay today.
Absolutely, and long week ahead.
Jags.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazier Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazier for the best solutions.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
So Chris Galitti and Cody Wiggins. So we have like roughly 6-7 pair left to run. And then we'll go down and do our winner circle stuff with Corey Galitti. Scott Albrecht and Cody Spears. Albrecht out of New Jersey in the Camaro. Cody Spears, they're in the S10. And we have just a few more pair, and we'll do winner circle down here in front of the Great Tower here at Bristol. 696 for Cody Spears was 001 at the hit. Scott Albrecht's 007 and 570. Again, we start tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. with one time run. And then into eliminations on advanced product and design, $15,000 Wednesday. It's Michael Pascal. Pascal out of Greensboro, North Carolina. On the right lane solo. Pascal 002 on the red light side, 474 at 144 miles an hour. Haley with it. 007 on the red light start, 5:14, 132 there for Haley. It's Matt Daddis in the Starfire. As I look down, I believe, counting Matt Daddis, we have 3 total cars. And then winner circle with Corey Galitti. Daddis in the Grand Am. Just a little bit ago was 003. Here he's 004 in the Starfire and goes 6:28. As Matty Daddis knows a little bit about what's up. It's Jesse Ray. Churchill, Tennessee in the Nova. Second to last vehicle down track. Jesse, 12 green and 660 at 101 miles an hour. Derek Hubbard is the one we've been waiting for all day. Last car down the track. Dragster out of Lake Mary, Florida. Will be our last machine down the racing surface before we interview Corey Galitti down here in front of the tower, winner of our Dragster Shootout. Derek Hubbard. And to close us out, being Pete Rose on the starting line, 14 on the green light start, 450 with a 2 at 150 miles an hour. Everybody who was watching on our Motor Mania Great Jags Mickey Thompson Tire live feed, give us a couple minutes. We'll have our winner circle interview down here in front of the tower with Corey Galitti here in just a matter of moments.
Congratulations, Corey Galitti. Congratulations, Gary Williams. A heck of a final there. Want to thank each and every racer, and especially the Bristol staff and the Fling staff for working together. But it all starts with the racers. You guys really made our job easy today. So the schedule for tomorrow, it's going to be APD 15K Wednesday. If you have friends on the way, tell them that we're going to keep the gates open tonight until 10 o'clock, and then we'll go to stacking. And we'll reopen them tomorrow at 7 a.m. It's going to be one-time run for everybody, starting with Group A. So at 8:30, be ready, Group A. We give one-time run for everybody, then Group B, Group C, Group D, and then we'll get into eliminations. We'd like to have Corey Galitti to bring his dragster to the winner's circle, please. In front of the tower.
Down here in the winner's circle with our dragster shootout champion, Mr. Corey Gallitti. And, you know, when this thing started, there were 32 incredible racers in this deal. And we said it was a 32-person Shark Tank. How does it feel to be the sharkiest of the sharks?
It feels pretty good. Comes with a lot of luck, and I'm just happy to be here, really and truly. So.
And really, it's a funny story with you. It's a funny story with you and Gary Williams. This is the car that you won in Vegas in the dragster shootout, where you beat some guy I've never heard of before. Oh, Gary Williams in the final to win this car.
Yeah, that is correct. It's it's a blessing. Beat the man once, and much less twice. I feel very fortunate. So.
An incredible run here, and also a lot of drama. You broke a rocker.
I did, yes. It laid over right at the gear change, and luckily my guy was 1 red and I was 20, so that was definitely a gift. So I got to thank Jack for that one.
A lot of people help you out, get here. It's a great start for your week. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank McCarty Auto Parts, Bug this thing and put it back together in no time, Champ as well. I'd like to thank my parents, RAD Torque Systems, Torque Tools, Caroline, Get 'em Carburetors, Wilson Racing Engines, Abruzzi Transmissions, and one or two. So.
Well, definitely a great start of the week. This dude's a bad man in a race car. That was textbook in the final with Gary Williams.
Thank you. Not often you can out of that with him, so fortunate.
Congratulations to our winner tonight in our dragster shootout, Mr. Corey Gallitti, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. Woo woo! right, with our runner-up and our dragster shootout, I got to point this way? All right. I'll hold it like this. How about that? That's pretty solid. I'm an intern. What do you expect? Natural. Far from it. Our runner-up today in the dragster shootout, Mr. Gary Williams. You know, you coming off the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up award, and tell you what, that Galiti kid has your number in these final rounds with these dragsters.
Yeah, he got me out there in Vegas. They're beating me up on these final round dragster things. At least this one we get a dragster for runner-up. Last time we talked his dad into buying it before the final. This time we were arguing over who his dad had to buy it from.
So I just want to walk through that final round. You and Corey are like seriously on a roll. You're two of the best in the country that do this. He timed it up down there to 1,000th of a second. Play that race out for me, how it shook out from your end.
I left, I thought I was pretty decent on the tree. Corey was hanging back there with I got close to him and hit the brakes, and he was lifting as he came by, and ended up he was 1 thou in front. I was dead 9, he's 1 over. Just one of them races. There wasn't much either one of us could do to come out either way. It just ended up 1 thou his way this time and the last time, so maybe I'll get him the next one.
You know, all the success that you have on the racetrack, you know, some people look at you guys, but they do not understand how hard you work, how hard Troy works, how hard everybody on your team works, how much goes into your racing operation, and how hard you guys really work to be this good.
Well, I don't know about how hard me and Troy work, but Brandon and Donovan and Jay, those guys thrash all the time. We've been in and out moving cars and stuff around and motorhomes and rigs, up all night driving and working. The last 3 weeks have been like nonstop. It's been like that a lot this year, but you know, we only have a few weeks off, and we're thrashing and working on stuff, and got cars we race in Florida, cars we race up here, and man, it's just been a lot of companies that really help us, man. The FTI and Nesbitt, and I mean, he's been bending over backwards all the time, and you know, FTI on site's a company we got try to help here, and you know, you got Jags, Mickey Thompson, VP, and all this stuff, you know, everybody that helps us out, you know, it takes a lot, and you got your family and friends and all the ones that come to help you, so you do what you got to do and try to stand up and bow up when you're here.
So my last question is, you've won 3 Fling events, Troy's won 3 Fling events, who's getting number 4 first?
I know that's me, come on now, he's getting old, but no, probably Donovan will pick 4 before either one of us, but you never know. We're going to keep trying, and hopefully we get more. I don't know exactly how many dragsters I've taken from this place.
Our runner-up tonight in the dragster shootout, Gary Williams. Great start for the week. Let's get number 4.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. Oh. Everybody on the Motor Mania live feed, thank you so much for joining us on Tuesday at Rob's Auto and Collision and our dragster shootout event. Bright and early tomorrow morning, 8:30. We will see you. Everybody spend time with us, working your day away. We're out. Advance Pro. I'm done. Of God.
Jags.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
And that's a wrap for Tuesday. Congratulations to Corey Guletti, his second victory over Gary Williams, or G-Dub as we call him, in the dragster shootout. So that was something, wasn't it? Okay, tomorrow. Now he said 8:30. 8:30 they will be on track doing time runs. We will go live at roughly 11:30. It's just a guesstimation, and if eliminations begin before 11:30, of course we'll go live earlier. Say your goodbyes to each other, and we will see you tomorrow at about 11:30. Oh, thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing us in and keeping us free to you, the viewer. Okay, we'll see y'all tomorrow at about 11:30.